Constantine and Elophyny. Extraterrestrial Communication, Volume 1. By Alexander Zelinsky. Introduction. Alexander Zelinsky is a clairvoyant medium who channels Constantine, a higher evolved spirit being, and Elophyny, a collective of light beings from another star plane. He is also a Reiki master who utilizes energy healing. Alexander and his guides are providing the following information, with the hope and desire that the knowledge provided will assist those in the human form to grow and evolve spiritually, to truly come to understand their connection to each other as they seek truth and peaceful awareness of who they are, where they come from, and what they seek to accomplish in their life through service to humanity. This is Volume 1 of this series. Further information can be viewed at lotpatrol.com/autorite. 1. Q. What should I know about my working nights and not seeing the sun? A. There are many aspects of the sun that your body needs. You are getting very little of them right now. It has an adverse impact on your body. We are working on a position for you where you can be in the sun and outdoors. You will enjoy it greatly. There are many benefits to being in the sun and outside, many healing qualities. Many aspects regulate the body's normal functions and systems. 1.AQ. What can I do to reverse the absence of the sun while I am working nights? A. Vitamins, vitamins, vitamins. You are right to take vitamin D and C. There are many things you must do to combat having little or no sunshine interacting upon your physical body. Keep a regular routine, sleep at a normal time every day. Keep track of what you eat. Exercise. Embodiment. Fullness. Overarching/overreaching. 1.BQ. Is there a light that I can use in my apartment or at work that will give me the same benefit as the sun? A. There aren't many things that you can do to replace sunlight directly. Many advertised lights just make false claims. Having many lights on will help regulate basic cycles. Bright areas are better than dark ones when you must sleep opposite of the majority in humanity. 1.CQ. What about the lights at the office? Fluorescent lights are not good. A. They are not helpful and deteriorate your mood and energy. They often are dim and this can impact your mood or psyche. 1.DQ. What can I do to prepare for the job on days and outside? 6A. Become fit, work on this. You are. Show yourself what you can do. We will help, but only so much we can do. You will be happy. It is not unnecessary or too much to ask to want these things for yourself. Fitness for function is necessary, but not too much. Don't overdo it. Be active, make peace with this now. Your dreams are coming true. 1.EQ. Is my ability to heal affected by missing the sunlight? A. Not directly. We are helping you, and when you heal yourself you are rebuilding your energy. This will be repaired soon. Patience, in time. 1.FQ. Who brings forth this information at this time? A. Constantine and Barker. 1.GQ. Do you have any other messages at this time for me? A. Meditators you've read about, many good things to come. Peace at last. You're doing a good job. Many things made better. All will last. Experience greatness. All will pass, by choice or force, all will come. 2. Q. Does the Creator come to see each one of us on this plane at some point? A. Yes, there are many times that the Great Spirit, the Creator, the God Force, many names, will come to you directly to check on His creations. You are of Him, you will be with Him. There are many times that it is around you and you can sense it. We are all connected and the Creator is the common thread. You need to be aware that we are all the same being, all striving to get back to where we were born from. When one grows, all grow. There are no limits, only time and trials to raise yourself and return. There aren't things that can stop you, only things to learn from on your path. No brick walls that can't be surmounted, Your view may only be from your perspective, and many things can seem mountainous from one person's viewpoint. Be prepared for hard work. There are things that come to you. 7 that you will understand but will need to save for later. The God force is one of them. There will come a time when you will be tested. 2.AQ, tested by whom? A. Yourself. No one else tests you. You are the only one that causes doubt in yourself. Your old memories will bring you through what you see as trying times. 2.BQ, am I in danger? A. There is no danger, only experience. The human language has many words to describe types of experiences. When in reality they are all only experiences, no good or bad, just an experience. You went through it, then think about it. What should you do? What did you do? Are you okay with that? Constantine is here and wishes to tell you that he is not afraid for you. He went through similar lifetimes. There is nothing to fear on your plane. There is nothing that should cause wanton desire except love and caring for other souls. Please go in peace. 2.CQ, who is speaking to me now? A. Elophyny. 2.DQ, where do you come from? A. We are on a star plane. Similar to yours but not like yours. We are near you, as most planes are, even more so in the sense that no one is separated because of energy and thought. You will go far, you know this. 2.EQ, are you what we would call aliens? A. We are spirit guides that would be more familiar to you as a spirit or being of light. We are not alien any more than anyone else or any other. 8th thing is an alien. So much concern for words, you know this. It is what it is because it is, not because of the form or word attached to it. We are here to help you. We are not trying to scold you, only bring you to awareness, you know this. We want all to be with us. 2.FQ, have you been with me always? A. We are like the source. We are able to know many things about many people at many times. We are able to know about you though we may not be in your direct presence all the time, though we will be with you through times of need and when you call on us. We will not abandon you or anyone else. 2.GQ, do you watch over everyone on this plane? A. In some respects yes, though there are certain ones that will rise up to meet challenges which can benefit from my guidance. Not all listen when information is given. This is why you and Sam experience us. 2.HQ, what else can you tell me about your group? A. We are not from your plane or planet originally. We are here to help. Many are here to help. There are things that must be learned and you're doing them now. Continue to learn and grow. Mankind must have patience for things to take action but must also be of action. Do not waste precious time on things not related to your goals. Unwind, yes, reflect, yes, but be of action. 2.IQ, I feel like the messages that I've received so far, you feel as though we're all lazy. Is that how you see us? A. We see you as dealing with many facets of a difficult plane. We are your guides, we are doing that, just guiding. There are no principles which you do not already understand. Your thoughts come fast and you must type them fast or they will be lost. Do not lose them, this will come with 9 practice. We are not the judges, we are here to help and assist you. There are many things that can be accomplished in a lifetime if mankind would put his mind to them. Once you are out of your shell, a person must go forward and not use the past or their forebears as a crutch or excuse for not making change or taking action. 3. Q. What is schizophrenia? A. Schizophrenia is not just a disease of the mind but a problem of the overall person. This is what your medicine does not yet understand. There must be another approach, differently, to overall health that focuses on what is not yet directly or scientifically measured by your experts. There is much in the way of science that needs to mesh with your beliefs, and this is happening in your lifetime. There is much that can be done to improve the state of a person suffering and undergoing this trauma. Lesser spirits and entities are torturing these poor souls who have deformities, so to speak, of their creation. There are problems in their development as spirits that allows lesser communication of spirits to occur without their control. They must learn to stop these, and take control. Ignoring a problem with medication does not lessen the impact the spirit world, or any spirit kind, is having on a person. They must associate body, mind, and spirit as one. Though there are some who experience this with the intention of learning and experiencing it in this lifetime, there are many who may come to this life and have an error in their creation or development that allows these lesser entities to communicate with them. It is not easy to stop this. Drugs quiet receptors in the mind and body and simply dampen the messages. A drugged mind is less receptive and less open to messages and input. But this also includes input from any higher being or being wishing to help. At the onset a person can be helped. There are times of need, but there are times when a person is driven to a kind of madness because they are unable to control the messages received. Schizophrenia actually occurs after the voices and messages drive a person into a psychotic state, not simply hearing these messages. This is not schizophrenia. Once a person is unable to reason with what is occurring, that is when schizophrenia begins. There is no need for this to bother you because no matter when a person experiences it, by choices or by partial impairment of the body by some intention or neglect, this is for their learning. You will not experience this in your life as you feel your relatives have. This is not for you. Changes 10 occur in the body that allow this to happen. Drugs are not the answer, no drug is the answer or cure-all, the mind is the only thing to be changed, studied, learned, understood, and the only thing that needs change within it to heal the entire body and cure most earthly maladies. Your world is hell-bent on pills. By commercialism and insecurity, this will stop and your healing will become evident when there is too much cost involved with the purchase and manufacture of pills that provide false help and temporary relief. Your doctors do not mostly focus on prevention and overall health, they fix a singular problem. Your personal doctor is good at this, focusing on entire body and health, and mentality, and well-being to sustain life and health. Happiness does not come from a pill bottle. Happiness comes from within. 3.AQ, what causes schizophrenia? A. This is a reason as we have discussed. As you have read, there are breaks in the energy body of what a person has around them. This allows communication more easily as most would want if they understood this. But for those who only hear negative messages, this is because their mind and body is of a lower vibration and attracts the abundant number of lower beings that exist around us all. Raise the vibration and hope can be seen. 3.BQ, what is a schizophrenic person experiencing? A change in their reality, but it can be for the better. Many do not understand that they have a psychic gift and communication connection between worlds. This is something you want and that most who are aware of this ability hope to achieve. Schizophrenics have no filter in place yet to sort through the information they receive, and their doctors are not aware of the world beyond this one. Therefore, in a clinical setting, there is not much hope beyond a pill or isolation for these people who have gone mad by definition of your world. There is help for them if you come to understand the relation of all levels of spirit and body within one another. All is related, science separates and isolates each system, we are all one. 3.CQ, what can I do for a person who has schizophrenia? 11. A. Any level of healing will do wonders for them, but as with any health or spirit matter, energy does so much until a person returns to their old behavior and mentality. There must be a change in thinking, a new way of understanding. If a person has the mental capacity for learning, as all do, then thought should be created to understand health and to learn more about the self-body. There is much that can be learned, healed, accomplished by inner work, not outside stimulation. Plants are helpful but again, often unnecessary, but can be aids, because all can be accomplished with your mind, with your energy and the purest form of it. We are not alone, and the communication these souls receive is evidence of that. They are still stuck in the realm of yours where the doctors are feebly trying to comprehend these problems by years of medicine that does not confront the changes in humanity and their metaphysical abilities. You will come to be able to measure and understand these. This is when a shift will occur. A change will happen. You can direct thought, healing, and energy towards this resolution to bring peace and calm to those who are undergoing that type of experience. They are not lost. Living their life gives them the greatest satisfaction when they come to our plane. There is not much that cannot be learned from this mental state compared to yours or any other. Positive physical and mental health are related. There must be something more that doctors can do. This is what they say and wish for, but little work is done to accept new ways of thinking. The label New Age creates a wall and barrier between doctors and thinkers in this field, but this is what will join them. Many mental health problems will evaporate when this change is seen. Many will receive help because our world will be acknowledged. People will have hope, not fear, because they can locate easily those who understand. These beings can have a higher spiritual level because of the communication if they could harness it for the use of mankind. They are not defective or broken by our standards. Man places many labels on their own kind which serve no purpose other than placing that person in negative energy. Oftentimes the doctor visit makes worse the ailment or condition because of the labels associated with each problem. There are no problems. People instantly become negative about things because of outside stimulation by doctors, society, bills, drugs, and stigma. All unnecessary. If alone in the woods, this would not be experienced, and differences would not be seen or felt. A person can work through many things on this plane without intervention by unnecessary medicine. You can do this. You can plant the seed and help those eventually make the turn away from this type of doctrine. There are those who are open to it. You will not increase their 12 psychosis or mental delirium. You will help them, and we can aid you in this. All man should help those in need, help those above and below your level, because all need basic requirements to survive and each can help the next achieve. 4. Q. Is there anything else that you can share about what Earth people call mental illness? A. There is a change coming. There will be no hospitals that you know of now. There will be no illness that one seeks a doctor for. Many illnesses will vanish because of terrible diet, sedentary lifestyle, and other behaviors that will not exist before long. There is no reason to fear. Keep your beliefs strong. You have those that will carry man farther through the ages, and working with souls now will bring them closer if they come to understand this sooner. Pills are not the answer. Temporary plants relieve and assistance in times of emergency and ailment until you all come to understand the power of the mind, and even in the ability of one man's mind to heal the body of another. You are all connected. 5. Q. What should mankind know about electric shock therapy? A. There is nothing being done by this. The effects reported by some recipients that state they are receiving healing or their ailments have been cured are completely false. There is no healing being done that isn't already being done, even without the person aware of it, which goes on anyway but inside the mind. There may be a healing effect by the thought of the patient believing that healing will be done. It can be very damaging for any being to experience electricity outside of controlled methods that humans do not understand. There is much damage that has been done by this practice, though not as seemingly terrible as there has been in the past. Much has improved. But death is still death, no matter the method or no matter how humane your world calls it. By this token, this treatment is still just as negated as any other that causes harm for health's sake. No reason that this should occur. There is nothing that the body cannot heal on its own if given the opportunity. There is no need to damage the body in this way. Tiny electrical pulses can cause thoughts to travel and can cause replacement of 13 amputated limbs and can control replacements for them. Simulated heart attacks or brain attacks are not helpful as damage is still being done. Psychologists will not admit that the evidence is proof. There is much damage, but they may feel that benefit outweighs the positive that can truly be done outside of their terms or realm. There are some that can benefit from this, but not in the way that the doctors perceive. There are times when electrical pulses are misfired in the brain. Maintenance is necessary, though this can still have problems for other areas of the mind and brain. It takes a great effort from guides to present the body with enough energy to repair the unseen body with enough energy and healing to repair those things unseen. Much can be done even with a seemingly broken mind. Normal on your plane is a very widely used term that has no clear definition. Oddities and abnormalities are not always needed to be fixed and tamped down. Existence is good simply by existing. There is no need for constant repair and upgrades. Upgrading the mind and coming into new knowledge is important. It is important to know that this knowledge is not new to all, only to some. It is universal and has been around for all that have ever occupied your life space. There is much work to be done in order for all to understand this. As you have been reading, there will come a time, we are working on this, where all of man is healed by thought and amplified energy. Energy is in all things. Inanimate objects have energy, or at the very least absorb it and act as sponges. There is no need for medicine internally or for electricity to be applied externally for any reason. What is painful and harmful in large doses is also painful and harmful in small doses, no matter what they perceive to be the benefit. There is no side effect from anything the Creator has ever intended for you to use to heal any level of your being except improved health. So much concern on these things worries us and leaves us to wonder how some have existed for so long. There is a lifespan intended for all beings and many have interfered with it. You can get this back. With knowledge many can get this back. There is no reason to fear, worry, or be concerned over aspects of your life. You can change what you can change. Others are for experience and learning, others are not as important. You will live, survive, and thrive, without the help of the massive uprising perceived by mankind. There will come a time where peace is seen as a lost cause, but it will be this time when a great change happens. There is no reason to worry or fear this. All these great and good things will come, but terrible things must be removed first. Pride and prejudice will be removed. Negativity and all aspects of things unimportant to the overall function of beings and the planet will pass, and the great peace and cohesion you have been yearning for will come to pass. You will live in this time. 14 will come in your lifetime. Medicine, money, television, objects of physical possession will have no meaning. Entertainment will come from spiritual concerns and helping others in need. Bettering everyone will be the concern of everyone. There will be others who are not interested, but they will have different concerns, but these concerns will still be for mankind. There is no need to worry about deep fractures beyond those that currently exist. The human race is one giant family and they will come to understand this. You should share this information with more people. There is no reason you can't do this. You must express this information in as many ways as possible. You can do this, you know how? It will bring much to you. You will have a better understanding of self and others. You can do this. Lazy is not for you, in work or in spirit. Make actions to free yourself from unnecessary burdens. A free spirit is possible even right now in your oppressive world. Time will bring change, but once change occurs there will need to be a catching up in order to make up for lost time. You will not lose your foothold, but there is no need to cram such amount of work and drive into smaller amount of time when you have a great time now and a pace that is reasonable. 6. Q. What should I know about writing a letter to every resident in this city on how to create peace for themselves and the world? A. There is much work to be done and you are on the right path. There is a lot of effort needed to finance this mission. A letter is simple. It will reach many. A seed will be planted. There must be peace in your letter in order for it to speak to many in all walks of life and from warring to peaceful backgrounds. You can do this with your creativity and that of our energy. You will have the time and effort to complete this task in its entirety very soon. Do not worry. In the next few days more information will come about what to put into the letter and how to let it speak to each who reads it. You are on your right path in order to do this. You are helping many people reach a goal. Do not worry about failure. The energy spread throughout the city and the world by your actions will be immense. There is much good in this sort of action. 6.AQ. Do I need to be able to communicate with people once they receive the letter? 15. A. Yes, you may not have all of the answers, but you will be able to find the answers using your intellect and your connection to us. Your name is not important, but the ability to connect with those who might not know in what direction to start is important. Help them take the first few steps into a new order for themselves and therefore the world. You are not a nameless person, you are a catalyst. This will rocket everyone to new heights. 6.PQ. What information should I include in the letter? A. You know these already. There is no reason to ask us information you already know, and you already know that too. There is a need to create peace for oneself, though creating peace for another person also brings peace to you. Many who do not know this will need their own peace addressed first. It is not necessary to reward them with words on what may enter their lives through peace. If they are ready for the change, they will take it. If not, a seed may later bloom and sprout into new growth because they read your information some years back. It is okay to make errors. We should respond with an ambulance and food, not guns and violence. Each can think the way they prefer, but there is no need to force that onto others. No mass level of restriction is necessary. Each can experience freedom by their own beliefs and by letting others share their own. Not forcing others to believe a certain idea or restricting in others' actions, beliefs, movements, and so forth. There is much to be done, and this is the first step. 6.See the letter. Hello, I wish to share with you how to create peace and end suffering for yourself and others in this world. Once you've read this, if you feel compelled to share it with a friend, a neighbor, a relative, or a stranger, please do so. It does not matter their beliefs, as we are all the same. There is a need to create peace and end suffering for one's self, the city, and the world. Peace to your own being may seem impossible, and so might that of bringing peace to others, but know that bringing peace to others fosters peace in you. Very simply consider the following. 16 For yourself, focus on what matters to you, but only the things that you can carry from this life to the next, no matter where you believe you may or may not go. There is no need to worry about gathering money and possessions for yourself when they are not taken from this world when you make your exit. There are those in this world who have far less than you. Their basic needs are not met. They need food and shelter. Share with them. Not only through money, but by direct action. Help your neighbor. Time for daily reflection, meditation or prayer. The term is not important, for it is all the same action and creates the same outcome, for understanding yourself, for creating peace, and that peace may spread throughout the world can begin in as little as 5 minutes per day. There is no need to force ours/yours/others' beliefs onto another person or group. No mass level of restriction is necessary. Peace and love is experienced when each person understands that there may be differences visible to the eye, but that we are all the same. We are all souls/spirits/energy/minds/brains having a life on this earth. We all have fears, hopes, and wants. There is no reason for fighting and segregating when we are all truly the same, only born from a different position and time on this earth. Letting others share their own beliefs and worldviews, not forcing others to believe a certain idea or restricting in others' actions, beliefs, movements, and so forth. Outlawing, banning, or belittling the mind or thoughts of another only further alienate us from that group or person, making it more difficult in the future to make amends and create peace. In worldly affairs we should respond with an ambulance and food, not guns and violence. Access to food, shelter, and education will eliminate many wars and the suffering experienced by many throughout the world. We can each see that we do this as well as our elected officials. We should work for peace, we should be a peacekeeping force. Start here, start by having patience, start by helping the less fortunate, start by helping those who need the basic necessities of life. Focus on your mind, your beliefs, your virtues. These things matter the most. Open your mind to your potential, the potential for peace, the possibility for love. Look at the world around you and see how much of those already exist. Ride a bike, walk, hike, camp, not simply to save money or to cut down on pollution, but to experience the complex beauty that nature has provided. Thank you. I only wish for your happiness and that peace and healing be created in your environment. Be kind to those you encounter. 17. 7. Q. Do I need to call my guides to bring forth energy before each healing session? A. There is no reason for that to be spoken before each session. We are with you always. You have a direct connection to us. When there is a need for healing, you may simply conduct it and we will bring what you are unable to pull from your environment. There is much that can be done on your own, and many humans rely on something outside them or believe that something outside them needs to take place before a change can happen. All is done in the mind and with energy that is present in all living and natural things. This is where healing also comes from, not just the spirit side where many things like these are normal occurrences. 7.AQ, should I let you know what I am about to do when I am beginning a healing session? A. This is helpful for us. Communication is simple for us, not difficult as you first perceived. Your thoughts about your actions will draw helpful entities nearer to you and will proceed with any advisement or help during the healing process. 7.BQ, do I need to call my guides before each automatic writing session? A. This is something you should do until the process becomes more natural and concrete for you. There is much that can be done by using a system or a routine until you become more confident and comfortable. There is a need for you to take the place of another at this table, and you are doing it rightly. There will be a time when this is not the preferred method of communication for you, though it is building your ability and strength and confidence at this time. These are all important. For there will be a time when your technology may not be as accessible as it is now. 18.7.CQ, do I need to call my guides to place a protective shield around me before each healing or automatic writing session? A. This is helpful but not necessary, as each person is protected, on their own from within. Because you are doing work for a higher good and greater good than selfish reasons, there will always be protection for you from within your own body and mind. This does not always come from an outside force. We do not always intervene, since the majority of energy and action takes part from within you, whether you realize it or not. Calling it something that happens outside of you by another force is possibly easier to understand, that the realization that all protection comes from your actions, commands, thoughts, and beliefs. Nothing good will come to you if you don't believe it first. Negativity will not join you unless you call it or sow this with your actions. 7.DQ, am I conducting my automatic writing sessions correctly? A. There are things you can do to improve them, but this is not a concern at this time. This is the process by which we communicate at this time. There is not a need to rush things, as all information will come as you are ready. You are looking for a confidence or confirmation of your ability to communicate with us. You may seek this if you wish, but it is not necessary when you know by your own account, and that of others, that this information is coming from a place much higher than your current position on your human existence. 8. Q. What can you tell me about police and law enforcement on this plane? A. There is a reason that this was started, but there will be no need for them in the same capacity once major changes start taking place. They fight to keep their ground when their ground should be held by the people. There are too many souls and spirits who wish for control when they simply should let go. Some of these enter policing and there is no good for all that comes from it. There are times when this group is used as a strong arm for the majority, though the majority is only perceived, since often the government leaders are not the majority. This is much that can be done to 19 ease the tensions, but there are still personality conflicts that will only disappear when everyone focuses on what is truly necessary and genuine on the earth. Forcing behavior is not necessary. How many police have been able to stop a crime once someone calls out for them? Again, with this outside action, all comes from within. You are your own greatest protector. You know from your work that no matter what you do, if something bad is going to happen, it will be done when you are out of sight. If there is a plan in action from the higher plane for a particular reason, there is no intervention on your part or anyone's that can stop it. There is a reason that you are in this position. You can see these outcomes and these reasons people use for their existence and ways of thinking in these positions. You can bring change, but change will come slowly and many personnel changes are necessary. Many do not believe the world can survive without some form of control and enforcing widespread rules onto their neighbor. Agree that there are differences, no need for control or to force a behavior. There is much that can be done if a person would accept responsibility in their lifetime for actions and focus on things that are just and true. Murder can still happen, but there is no need to punish on this plane for these actions. Greater action and growth is undertaken within the entity's experience of this action, and then they can experience all sides of the action once they come out of your human existence. 9. Q. What can you share about Julian Assange from WikiLeaks? A. He is a man that is attempting to do good by exposing the hush-hush activities at the top of the perceived food chain in governments. There is no reason to fear that he is not loyal to humanity or that his work is affecting anyone that was not already affected by these actions. Exposing lies and deceit in government is necessary to bring attention for people who have believed every word that a government leader has said. There is no reason to take anything as fact, investigate and become aware. Assange is for you, he is with the change. He will not be understood until people take the time to examine his work rather than what is being blasted at them through the media, which is biased, and leaders who are biased. All is about control. They fear his actions because they are having their skeletons exposed. No wool over the eyes any longer. 29.AQ. Did he commit a crime as the media have said? A. There is no reason for him to be in jail or on trial by our standards. However, by Earth's rules he may have exposed a side of his personality which he cannot quite control and is impulsive. There is a side to him which still needs to evolve, and he has come here to learn this. There is no reason to fear him. He is a truth seeker. He will help move a change into our time for you. 10. Q. What major events will the world see in 2011? A. There will be many shifts in thinking, but more importantly many changes which will come about by force. As the leaders begin to lose their power, they will go down fighting. There will be much destruction by natural and by man's own hand. This will not impact you and your life views will be unchanged, but many will come into line with these thoughts by this devastation and acts of violence. Peace is something that requires change and elimination in order to be brought about. Change is never easy, no matter how big or how small. Peace in your area of experience is necessary. There is good everywhere. Help those around you see this and focus on what has lasting impact. There is no reason to fear lack of electricity. This will come to you in this lifetime. This is something you welcome. You are not afraid. This will be something many will experience this year by destruction that is already planned or taking place. There is a reason for white vans. These are to rescue people and bring them into camps. These are not to be feared, but will be an attempt for the government to control and provide what seems to be help, when there is no real help available at all. There is no reason to go willingly. There will be a time for you to go, but at first it is not necessary. there will be peace and tranquility where you are. There is no reason to fear. We will not let harm come to you by the actions of others in your area. You will go forward with your message. Others will see this and follow you. Some close to you may not see this and will leave you. You must be strong during perceived devastation. There is only change, not a loss or gain, only change. There is no reason to worry, all should be happy daily. If all change their perceptions and focus on meaningful endeavors, all will see the true meaning of these actions and will help their 21 neighbor. There should be no fear from this. Be patient as buildings will fall. Focus on what matters, food should be an objective. 11. Q. Is running or walking related to spiritual or psychic development and grounding? A. This is necessary for you. There is a grounding that comes from it. There is energy gained and lost by this process, and many will experience the joy from running or walking even if they do not perceive the entire change taking place on more subtle levels which they do not yet acknowledge. If those who were developing were to run or walk every day, there would be no reason to use other activities to ground them or seek out ways to distract their mind through drugs or alcohol, as Mike has described to you. There is no reason to worry about exercise if a regular fitness routine included only walking or running. Much is done for the physical and energy body in these actions, and there is much that is done only with these actions. Energy is shook from the body and a calm is perceived, as well as physical blood and energy circulation. It enlivens the body and awakens areas that may be dark or missing energy. These are positive things that are achieved by physical activity. There is no benefit lost by their action. This should be undertaken as a spiritual foundation for those who also wish to meditate or develop spirit communication. It will help them deal with higher vibrations as we contact them and connect with them. There is much benefit in this action by those who wish to work with energy. 12. Q. What is the condition that doctors call depression? A. Depression, like stress, is an action of the physical mind in an attempt to rid the spirit of an action or set of feelings of which do not agree with that physical or energy of that person. There is often no way perceived for that person to remove the thoughts or energy, but this depression or anxiety is the only physical way the body knows how to cope with what actions or thoughts the mind is repeatedly engaging in. These are caused by actions that are against the person's true and higher self. Change must be made in order for depression to move away and the person to move out of it. There is not a pill that will bring this change. This must be physical, emotional. 22. Mental change, and change is often in beliefs and views that the person holds true on this plane. There is no reason to feel less welcome with others or to yourself because we feel you have depression. If you are depressed by past actions, this is for you to learn from these actions and move beyond them. If you are unable to cope with past actions, it is important to move beyond them and make changes to undo that action from ever taking place for yourself or for another person. Depression should be seen as another motivation for change, but many people are comfortable to sit in it because society has the mentality that a pill will fix their life. Though their mind is not ultimately affected by that pill or anything but action and true change from within, not just on physical makeup of the chemistry of the body. 12.AQ. What causes depression? A. The change in one's thinking that allows them to experience that which is against their higher self. This is a natural occurrence, as many things are, of the manifestations of our mind. This can be changed by a positive outlook on whatever situation or person that has caused us harm or caused us mental anguish. There is no reason to be concerned of not measuring up to others. You experience a depression in this state because it is truly against your purpose on this plane. Whatever the goals may be for this lifetime, your depression can be experienced at any time you directly do not cope with something that is outwardly inappropriate for you and you do nothing, repeatedly, to bring a change to it. Many would experience depression on this plane if there were not changes made when subtler signs were experienced and observed. 12.BQ. How can you stop, change, or heal depression? A. Change from within. Change that must be made by you. Not by your doctor, not by a therapist, not by friends, not by wishing you had a better job, not by wishing for the moon and the stars. Change must be made. Focusing on what is out of your grasp is not helpful unless it is also for your higher self and worthy of your time. There are realistic and unrealistic goals to have, but it must be realized that anything can be achieved, no matter how negative or positive it is, simply by using your mind. Set goals that are truly for your inner being, that which occupies your 23 body and will one day leave. Accomplish something that is in line with all beliefs, not simply poverty versus wealth in money and possessions. 13. Q. How can I heal nature in the courtyard of my apartment? A. There is a nature here that is out of balance and was only worsened when the trees were removed. There is energy here that is scattered about and comes from the various forms of life occupying these dwellings. There is no reason to fear any negative impact. In the long-term plan, this area will once again be overgrown and run wild with creatures, plants, forms of life. You can foster this by meditation and sending energy to it. Bringing life into it with habitation areas will speed up this process. Also, care for what is currently left and still thriving. The lakes will run over if they are not watched, but this too can be a helpful process. 14. Q. Does each individual universe or dimension have its own creator? A. Each area of planetary living has been located in such an area that each domain is watched over, tended to, and life and energy brought forth into it by a creator for that specific realm of existence. This is not to say that there cannot be more than one entity infusing power and direction into the life and plane of existence, but there is only one single being that is responsible for its ultimate direction, no matter what other entities or life forms may inhabit it or cross from other dimensions to assist with that dimension's existence. There is one Lord, or God, or Creator that then observes these creators and can assist them. This is much the same way that many groups of people delegate power to accomplish a common good. No one person on your plane can watch a massive area or oversee the production of a very complex event or complex item. This is the same for existence as you know it. There are many assigned to watch over your area. There is only one to direct and become responsible for its driving purpose, its mission, but then there is the Supreme Being which is then responsible for all life and all dimensions. 2415. Q. What geographical changes to the USA are expected to manifest in the next 30-year period? A. There will be many changes and many are taking place, according to your time, at a very slow pace now. Though there will be a continuation and expansion of current events that will promote flooding and tropical rains and increased heat. There will be mountains where there were only rivers and plains before. This is a time of drastic change, though some will only say it is Mother Nature or global warming. Events that are coming will include great flooding along many rivers. While this is a natural event as the spring becomes summer, this will worsen in fall and summer through natural events and underground release of water into the area. There will also be mountains that are going to erupt from the Earth's crust and cause drastic changes to the landscape and river locations. These will become a slowly growing event until it is then seen that the Earth landscape is changing and that is the reason for the flooding. There will be many changes, but none that man cannot change and adapt to if there is the drive, will, and openness to do so. There is no time like the present to prepare for an emergency. There is a time for worry, and this is not it. There is no need to worry about natural events. Worry, in itself, is also unnecessary, as there is a stress created that may not motivate but cause depression and worry, because a person may feel that the events are out of their control and out of line with their own personal path. This is not true. Birds will still sing. The beauty of nature that many appreciate will be present and continue for all time, no matter the changes. Look for flooding and earthquakes, as these are the major events that will bring change. There will be eruptions coming soon. This is not for you or this area. There will be eruptions in this time period and you will see them. Though many can move to different areas, there will be many warning signs. Many will not move and will perish. For some this is their divine plan, for others it is simply a stubbornness to accept that the world is experiencing a natural revolution in energy. Many will blame or look to religion which will not help them, for they feel that they will be starved, or that their God is punishing them. There is no punishment since death is not the end of life. People must learn from these events that life is continuous and that there is no reason for petty concerns or reasons for war. We can help you all unite for the common good in a society that works together on a few common beliefs. 2516. Q. Can our individual souls or spirits be multidimensional? Can we be in a physical form and also be in the spirit dimension as well as on other planetary spheres simultaneously? A. There is only one soul or spirit for each life form on your planet. There are times at which you may experience other dimensions and exist in locations, but this is your soul or spirit reaching out to these areas, or guides coming to you and bringing you to these places for your own well-being or for learning. There are times at which you freely leave your body and experience other areas. There can be knowledge learned when your existence visits these other realms but is not directly a second edition of you and your personality. There is the ability, in a waking state, to leave the body though still attached and locate one's self in new areas. This is possible. Though there are not many who can do this or are aware of it now. There is a peace brought by this because of fast learning. Materialization can perform an aspect of this by allowing one's soul or spirit to be a physical form in the new place, but there is much energy required for this. In this manner there are two of you in existence at one time though you are still connected to your original human form no matter what takes place until it is seen that it is necessary for you to move from one form or plane of existence to another. There is no need or reason to exist in more than one copy of you. We all learn information and knowledge as it is all collective. What one human experiences in one lifetime, all spirits can witness, observe, and later study and educate themselves on. In that manner we are all doubles and copies because we can all experience the same information that one human existence experiences many lifetimes ago. 17. Q. Are there healing properties in jalapenos? A. Jalapenos cause devastating pain and pressure to the lower intestines when processed. There are, however, healing properties and cleansing attributes to them. Considering the positive and the negative, one should not overindulge or experience this food with any regularity. It will cause harm. Slowly the body can accustom itself to it, but the overall harm outweighs the benefit for regular consumption. There are limits, even to the positive, that can come from many food if taken too often. These foods, peppers, should be avoided unless under regular circumstances there is a cleansing that should 26 take place but no other malady is present in the body. They will clear your system and balance toxicity and remove infection as an assistant. There is much they can do but not on a regular basis. As with man-made pills, your body can become accustomed to any healing property of a natural substance and therefore receive less benefit from it in the future. There are flavorings in the pepper that can be used without the negative side effects. Once or twice per week maximum, and they should be eaten with other foods, not on their own. 17.AQ. Are there negative impacts on the body from eating jalapenos or other spicy foods? A. The chemicals which cause their extreme flavor can cause an acidic buildup in the digestive tract, lower organs, because of the energy necessary to break them down. There are certain chemicals required but they do not easily leave the body once they have completed their task. Moderation. 18. Q. What is the main significance for the winter solstice date of the 21st of December 2012? A. This is an awakening. This is a greater time of evolution. There has been much written about this and there are some truths in each, though there is a great deal of material that has been lost or ignored for the sake of profit or to fit it with other ideals on the earth. There is nothing negative coming from this date or the changes preceding it or following it. There is a changing taking place and a large amount of energy will culminate on this date. There will be a pressure felt by many and it will be lifted on this date. There will continue to be changes, but this will be a tipping point. The date has also served to bring notice to these ideals and processes in nature and in the mind and human spirit. The calendar that has counted this off was in place for this reason. An abrupt stop to any seemingly forever calendar will cause major attention, though many force it to become a dreadful thing when speaking this information to others. Attention, a focal point for discussion and an awakening. This was a mere road sign on the path of life that was set in motion many centuries ago. This allows a talking point, as it were, to create a window to the past and allow those who may not find an interest in past civilizations, to delve deeper into the reasoning for Earth. 27 changes, not simply a calendar to them, but a reason for investigation. This date, and the counting system, are a catalyst for initiating thought in the humans and spirits of current times. Just as with many items, thoughts, or reasons, it is a blend of man's ideas and need for change, and a subtle nudging for this side of the veil so that men will not fall too far off the path of life and understanding. For at this time it is becoming increasingly difficult for some to live on this plane due to conflict, war, profit, greed, and others. This will serve as a reminder that life and time are always changing, there is a cycle, and nothing ends. A catalyst for changing. Some will doubt it until it is felt. There may be some who experience this as only Earth changes and do not take advantage of a deeper energy that is being brought forth at this time. Though, the end result will be peace, a more peaceful time. You will still have conflicts. This is not to say that each person will have their own way until they end their life. What would be the purpose of experiencing life if there were never difficulties to experience? This lifetime will come to a close on this date and a new beginning will be marked by its passing. This is a time for celebration. This is a time for deeper thinking. Know that the calendar with which the date was counted off was brought by a higher form than man alone. A reason for this work, change. 19. Q. What brought about the need for a human race or species? A. There was a time when the human race did not exist and there were only energy beings. Part of the Creator. Part of something much greater. A division of energy much as your system's delegate power, with each being responsible for a tiny part of the greater picture and each being overseeing a few more to uplift and bring forth a knowing and experiencing to regain control of one's own mind and spirit, away from things that we do not yet understand at this time. There is an experience within all of us that we cannot ultimately experience, that which is deemed evil or negative or bad. We know only of these things from the human existence. It is important to know them only because, in all life, there is only true measurement of what is good and true by being compared to what is hate, evil, dread, wickedness. A lifetime of flowers will not make one aware of how truly beautiful those flowers are unless that person has seen a greater problem or a greater ugliness of nature or the human spirit. This energy is kept with you in your spirit form and allows for greater appreciation. We are all part of a greater 28 being. This being allows us to share energy and information and allows experiences to share. Just as germs assist a body, they can hurt it. Lower forms of energy from the Creator are being made to excel, being brought up, motivated to enjoy a higher power and part of the everlasting energy and spirit. As we progress, so does the Creator, the Supreme Being from which all energy and life flows. There is a time for change and that time is now. We are not alone in the universe and there is much help. The Creator allows these things to happen for your experience. For his/her experience. This allows for even greater compassion, love, and understanding. For each thing leads to the next. This world was created to experience this world and returning to the pure energy being that you are. There is a need to experience the physical now that some have already done so. A test is more a measure of a being's worth the more difficult it is. Love is eternal in energy form, and you would not progress spiritually as you would had you not experienced this human lifetime. There are many things that are done in your favor, that of a spirit in a human lifetime. There are many things done for learning. This is as a testing ground. To be fully immersed in something and to be unaware of how temporary it might be will give the ultimate hologram world for experiencing a myriad of emotion and human experience. No matter if you believe your world to be temporary or not, there are still changes to experience and decisions to be made that bring about a higher or lower revolution in your spirit. This is much for you. We will create more on this later. 20. Q. What are the so-called root races? A. Root races are that which founded the human existence. Some of these are brought forth now in this plane after having reincarnated in other times and have learned from their experiences. These can be experiences which will cause them to be a greater catalyst in this time or to be for a higher good. Many do not realize their previous experience, and many simply go about their lifetime not knowing, though always being drawn to that which will accomplish a greater and higher good for those that they are coming in contact with. A root person may simply be a being who is no more advanced than you but has made the effort and changes in order to bring back something higher than their self to the next lifetime they encounter. These beings are often at a higher vibrational level and experience the world in a different way. Often more open to emotions and often experiencing great trauma or distress in a life to bring about change and to create a karmic 29 payoff of previous actions. There are more beings as part of root races than there are new spirits, but not all have progressed to new heights. Some will take many lifetimes before their work is done. 21. Q. What can you share about Phil Hartman's life's purpose and the manner in which he died? A. This is not something that should be readily examined by those on your plane. He was a great man and fully enveloped himself in his work and entertaining others. He was completely happy in his career and making a living by bringing laughter to others. This is also an example of how one's own interest may not be in balance by measuring it against other areas of his life. He was also unable to make changes in his life which needed to be made. Though this end was seemingly tragic, his own life was brought to a close on his terms. There is not much that could have prevented it unless he felt as though there was more learning that needed to take place. The manner in which he exited your plane may not seem comfortable, but this was also an experience for his wife. Greater attention should be paid to the mind-altering substances on your plane, both naturally occurring and those that man has made. There are some for good and some that cause negative impact on the mind and body. The Hartmans are now at peace with one another. Each do not share a hatred for one another. Both have fully understood their purpose and mission in life as it related to others and the relationship between them. Do not worry for them. This was not a tragic event. It was not a planned event but was acceptable in the terms under which it had taken place. 22. Q. What can you share about nuclear power and how it is currently used on Earth? A. There is a great waste by this. It is possible to pursue this energy in a healthier manner for the Earth. There is currently great care that must be taken for this fuel energy and a great unstable particle within it, making it volatile and desperately full of corruption. There is a manner in which this product can be used to harness greater power and be used in which there is less harmful waste created. Though there may not be a readily available 30 change visible, there are other manners in which the waste can be used to promote energy use, or even disposed in a healthier manner in which it is returned to a more natural state, rather than isolated and cordoned off away from life. It can create life, not only destroy it. There will be a better type of energy coming soon that the human plane will use for energy in homes and energy for travel, a much more natural type with less harmful impact on the world. 23. Q. Can you please explain what mankind calls an etheric double? A. This is merely your energy, your spirit. This is what currently fills your physical form and controls it. It is what exists beyond and without your physical body. It has the ability to leave the body, and explore, as it were, the area around it as well as other planes of existence and realms. These are often what a man may experience in dreams. Women are often rehashing thoughts from previous lives or their immediate thoughts on their immediate life. This is a natural part of your body that many more will come to know and realize, and will serve to explain many unexplainable occurrences that are experienced by many who refuse to believe on your life plane. 24. Q. Is global warming a real problem, or is it simply something mankind has invoked to cause fear and for profit? A. Global warming is a plan to allow man to realize the impact he has on the earth through commercial means. There is much to understand that all humans, no matter their intent, leave a trail of debris on this earth. There is much in that trail that is unnecessary and can be stopped. Many feel better about recycling or using alternative ingredients. These are helpful but do not stop the overall impact when the better alternative is to find new ways of existence and means to our daily lives. There is not much that is coming from it now, since there is a fighting between science and the reasoning for it. There are many times it should be experienced and mindful attention paid to the thoughts it creates, not the reasons why this situation is created. There are many who blame God or some external forces. There is much that is done naturally to promote this into the natural view, but be aware that no matter what man does, nature will cleanse and repair itself if left to its own. 31 Devices. There have been many times in the history of humankind that men lived better with nature. They did not pollute for the sake of material wealth. There was an understanding, a symbiotic relationship. Give and take, use and then repair. Today this is not the current overall view. There are many who attempt to strike a balance, but this may not help all those who are not working to even make amends through small tasks like recycling or using less. This simply cannot continue, and the great physical changes to your world will help right these actions which have gone on for so long. There will be change, but not simply because of your pollution, though it is a contributor. This is in place to cause a shift in thinking. A new mental and spiritual age is coming, where items are created with purpose, not to squeeze the populace from energy and money. 25. Q. As the Earth is undergoing physical and spiritual evolutionary changes at this time, what can humankind do to help and or assist? A. There is much you can do. Be aware of the energy around you and the environment that you create with your thoughts, actions, and energy. This has a greater impact on the whole of man, and the spiritual realm, than what you may realize. There is a great peace that is achieved by working to understand those around you, their reasons, and the world, and its direction. Daily meditation is a wonderful experience that should be experienced by all, and this will help each in the ways that it should, specific to each person. Share knowledge, share wisdom. There are those that will understand and many more will follow. Some will only understand when there are more public experiences with it. Some have a herd mentality. There should be a greater understanding by all to delve deeper into news, information, and more. Do not take things at face value. Worry about your world, work to change it. Worry shall be the motivation. When there is fear that something is drastically changing beyond control, this will cause many to change their view and create peace in their environment. Work to create change and realize that resistance will first be expected, but that there will come a time when the common practice is much different than what it is now. Some will not be concerned, and this is not for them. When they become the minority, there is no reason to scoff at them or return the negative energy in which they shared it onto your beliefs. Be patient. Work for understanding and life lessons that are universal to all beings. Peace to all. 32. 26. Q. What more can you share on root races and what the human race of today needs to know about them? A. These are classes of people that come in waves and generations. Each person may have a mission and goals to accomplish, but an overall group that begins to enter the world has a higher purpose. Each may be seen as a new age when they enter. There are always higher goods to be done, but these spirits enter the world with much more to work in as a catalyst for previous generations already on the planet. They can begin seeding the planet with new ideas, new terms, learning and understanding the past and bringing it along to the new ways. Each may also bring subtle physical differences which may not seem visible. These are sublet changes in the evolution of man, in part because of man's control over his physical realm, and others seen from your plane as needed improvements to come with the coming age and changes that will be experienced. You can see this as marked time periods throughout history when there were major thought shifts, major developments in the society of man and the views expressed by them. It is needed to be known that there are some changes that take millions of years, all improving the human experience or making it more worthwhile to those who decide to venture into it. Classes of people often do not understand those who came before them, and as much as this is a learning process for those who are present, this is also a learning for those who are coming in. To learn from the old, or accept it. To experience it, to break free from it and to push on with the new for the better of the humans in this existence. There are many who have outside influences from other races. These are called Jimdrai. These are a combination or byproduct of two or more species of existence mixing at any one time. These are not merely intermingling of animals, as you might use that as an example. There are also changes and additions of DNA by other species to attempt to improve and contribute for the higher good of humanity. 26.AQ, isn't Jimdrai the name of a book? This is the name so chosen to bring forth the information of spiritual beings and those that people call aliens. This term has many meanings. 33.27. Q. Is it necessary for man to punish man on this plane? It is not necessary for man to pass judgment on another man for many reasons. Your existence is only temporary, only you will judge your actions, and the actions of those involved may be for the experience that was brought forth for them. There is much strife on your plane, but there is always a need for those in a human existence to learn to forgo violence and hatred when they have been wronged, just as there is a need for those in a human existence to learn to stop hatred and violent actions. This cannot be experienced on the levels of existence in the spirit dimension where you will return once your time in the human existence is complete. You can promote peace and make information available to alternatives, but there will only be peace where you decide to create it in your own environment. You cannot change others, only observe and allow them to be. You should be peaceful first. This will radiate to those around you and throughout many planes of existence. Worry about others, or brining them to your thinking should not haunt you or frustrate you. There are many who are not interested. Making information, an alternative view, available to those on Earth will allow it to be digested by those who are interested when the time is right for them. Many come to a lifetime here for nothing but strife, hatred, violence, and evil or wrong deeds. There is no reason to judge them, for they are experiencing just as you have, though their focus may be on different areas than on what you are currently engaged. You too were once in their shoes. 28. Q. How can humans know when a thought is from your own mind and when a thought is an idea from spirit? There are many who will never know. There are many great things that have entered your plane by way of information coming from a spirit guide or teacher. There is much that flows between the two worlds, as we are only as far away from you as your mind. You may know because of a change in impression or the tone with which the message is conveyed. Often the greatest communicators do not know that they are being guided, given impressions, or helped by a higher power, not necessarily a higher or better power. We say that here to emphasize the change in vibrational energy between the human form and a being of pure energy. You can understand this change by way of using a telephone to those who have passed into 34 another existence. As long as the information is acted upon, that is what matters, and oftentimes people lend more attribution to those who are guiding them when it is really on the shoulders of those in the human life to make the decisions. We can guide, not force or unfold the life for you. We can see no further than most current actions, though some major events are on your path no matter the changes you make, unless severe free will of you or others on your plane change it. But there can be subtle correcting to bring you back to it in some manner. 29. Q. Is it possible for ectoplasm to now be seen or used effectively in light? A. Ectoplasm can be used in light. This is coming to the world now. Many are developing this or returning to it. There will be demonstrations of physical levitation and other physical evidences and examples of spirit energy manifesting through a medium in your lifetime on this plane. Many have forgotten this, and though it may not seem helpful to all, the mere presence of something beyond their physical form may bring them to new understanding of compassion in this lifetime, though it is not necessary to have an interest or awareness of the spirit plane in order to progress in your human lifetime as it relates to your true life in the world of energy. 30. Q. How does light affect my communication with you? A. Light has little effect on this communication, though it may help to calm you sitting in dim or darkened rooms. There will be a time when you will communicate with us without the use of a tool such as writing. You will be able to clearly see if you chose it. You can acclimate yourself to this by sitting in a dim room and observing the images being brought to you. This will soon develop into more as you grasp on and allow it to come to fruition in well-lit areas. Often the sun will affect this ability, but you will overcome this. 31. Q. How does suicide affect the individual soul who commits it? 35. A. This is no different an exit from your plane than any other manner of death. This, as others, is a physical action manifested from the thoughts and stress that persist on one's mind. These can be overcome, and if not, there are many counseling sessions and advisements when that spirit returns home so that they can understand what torment they felt they were experiencing. Oftentimes this is a young soul, not many human life experiences, and this is something they must overcome in order to continue learning in the lifetimes of humans. This is no more or less negative or positive than any other action taken on the earth plane. Trial and error. Education does not always come quickly, learning by doing. Living the life is how we come to understand and know it. Self-inflicted death only returns you home, but know that you will leave again to live in a human form once information has been passed to you so that you can again experience those same conditions and allow yourself to grow. You choose these things in your path. You can overcome them. There is no cheating and giving of more information in an attempt to stave off suicide in the next lifetime, for not much about the energy existence is at first readily available to you when you return. There are some ideas and knowledge that is in harmony with all beings who are not completely engulfed in nonsensical ideas on the physical plane. Those who have greater information of spirit or those who involved themselves in it may also see it as a tool for overcoming what they fear are overwhelming circumstances, which are only situations to provide a specific circumstance for that soul's development and to experience that certain set of situations. 31.AQ. Can suicide be a lesson for individuals who are associated with the soul that committed suicide? A. Yes, but more often it is a lesson for those spirits close to that particular entity. This is a lesson in understanding and helping them to cope. As parents, they have had direct contribution to the circumstances now presenting in a suicidal person's mind. They, as a group, must overcome these things and restore love. Though it is also quite possible that the soul in question overcome these things alone and learn to live without a certain support system, for we in human form are only responsible for our own development. We can help others, but no one can make you come along the trail. There is a loss experienced when a life is taken by one's own control, and that experience can be for those left in the workings of that lifetime. There are many possibilities where watchers and teachers and observers can intervene, but if a soul is so traumatized that it cannot continue and is not 36 Adjusting to the human form or its experiences, then it will be permitted, and lessons in which that spirit may have brought lessons to others will still take place, but by other means. Simply juvenile problems that cause suicides are no less important or traumatic than those causes which others may also seem important. The overall problem is lack of understanding of this entrapment in a human form for learning because of the forgetting of one's true existence. 32. Q. What is the basic operation of karma on our dimension? A. Karma is simply the balancing of energy. Laws put forth and even studies by Einstein may be considered universal laws as well as those he used as the foundation of his principles. Energy only changes form, it is never lost. There is always a reaction, in the same amount of energy, to that which is done by you. It may not be in the same form, but it is still experienced, sometimes scattered, sometimes in one action, but it is always in the same measurement of energy. This ensures direct learning by what one's own actions are creating. This is direct information on what one is doing, but also by what one is thinking. Like attracts like, a law of attraction is not merely a passing fad. For what you do there is always a vibration with that of the similar. There is a change coming where people will come to understand that energy must be balanced. In this lifetime and with other lifetimes, though many are attempting to work out karma in current lifetimes, there is much that is done from one lifetime to the next to balance the energy that is doled out and experienced to ensure that there is a balance. This does not always mean seemingly good is always balanced with what is called evil or negative, but that there is a set purpose for energy and a set level of energy. Karma can be said to simply be the explanation and title assigned to that which is natural and universal, and even explained by your scientists, but this applies to much broader scale and to every aspect of life than what they currently know, but are coming to know. There is a need for change in this thinking. Some need to balance the experience with the opposite action by comparison. Others experience it and move forward but experience more because of the energy in their thoughts and actions. 32.AQ. Are we always subject to karma? Is it possible to rise above its influence? 37. A. It is always possible to create a new direction. There are those who have created atrocities against life and may move from that quite quickly and do much good to balance the world in which so much negative energy was directed. However, there are some who will be seemingly trapped by it because they do not experience that act and then learn to move away from it. Some repeat acts because they enjoy it but are counseled upon return to attempt to allow them to gain the knowledge that was contained within that action. There is much good in all, that is to say, there is the potential for the good in all to shine forth, but there is not always an influence of good. It is possible to create what you wish to experience, but know that certain trials will be experienced if you plan them before your experience on earth. Emanating good will give you the impression of release from this karmic operation. Though know that you attract what you do, you attract by actions and thought. Know that you may commit a terrible act and you may see that in order to balance it you must be on the receiving end. This is the case in some form, but know that you may have already done so in another life, or that you will in the next. There is balance to everything. A label of karma only explains the nature of balance in the universes and those planes the Creator has developed. 33. Q. Are Akashic records throughout all universes and dimensions, or does each have its own way of mapping out what occurs within its boundaries? A. There are many areas where Akashic records exist, or are created, but there is only one central location where all beings can find and locate and browse them at their leisure. This reading can occur for learning purposes. There is much that is done to create learning, and this is a tool. No deed or action is unrecorded. This is not for punishment or celebration but to learn from actions and situations which other life forms have found themselves involved. There is a great passing coming to you where there will be a change and more information will be available to those who seek it. Much of the information in the Akashic records can be viewed or read by those on your plane with the assistance of their guide or light being. There is no need to worry about their contents, for they only record unbiased information. There is no opinion in them. All actions on all dimensions are kept within. There are those that an entity may not understand because of the higher realms of beings that are creating them with their actions. These are not to 38 be read by those who are not yet ready to understand them. There is a veil at times that is only lifted when a being has progressed to a level of spiritual understanding in order to know the things they are reading with better clarity. Think of this in a similar way as you progress from infant to child throughout your lifetime in a human form. 34. Q. Why do people experience déjà vu? A. Déjà vu is the spirit form in your body remembering or reminding or allowing the physical body and physical mind to remind itself that there is already a familiarity with the events taking place. This can happen for many reasons. You may have already seen these events or situation take place by peering into the lifetime you are in before you were brought into it, or you were given the opportunity to see this situation as our physical body was addressed, or you knew that this situation was coming about, no matter the decisions you made, and therefore there is a knowing that is already present. This is a sensation that is interpreted by the physical mind. Yet it has no concept since most remembrances or familiarizations have firm grasp within the mind. That is to say, you remember going to the store yesterday because you were there, though you are thinking about it today. The mind cannot always grasp that which is otherworldly in nature and has many ways to interpret that which is not physical. Déjà vu, as you will call it, is a guidepost, as you have read, allowing those with a knowing, the understanding that they are on the right path, though déjà vu does not have to be understood or experienced to be on the correct path or making right decisions in this lifetime. It is simply that life forms body and spirit giving the head nod that signals the familiarity with this particular circumstance. Not all will experience it though, because not all are sensitive or in tune with their sensations, nor will they admit to it because their lifetime of learning does not permit them to. 34.AQ. What purpose does déjà vu serve? A. It serves no ultimate purpose other than those who experience and will admit to it, will come to the conclusion that there is a life beyond the physical lifetime you are currently in and that there is more than simply the physical. How could you have a familiar feeling of a conversation, event, or 39 circumstance that you have not physically been to? Your etheric body will release itself from your physical body and experience many things while at rest. This is another way a familiarity is brought about. There is much to be learned by human forms so that there is less fear over spooky subjects or that which religion has deemed dogmatic. There are many in the US that are coming to these ideas, but there are also many countries throughout the world that these topics are part of their culture and that have never left. These are currently held beliefs that were never squashed by some overpowering religious force that attempted to stamp out alternate beliefs. These are widespread beliefs that more and more are coming to, and awakening to, in the United States. 35. Q. Are angels, archangels, and the like just names we give to higher beings, or do they exist in their own right? A. There are many divisions or castes of beings, though the names simply give recognition to the type of work they do. Some have specific goals and specific areas in which they work. There are so-called angels, and many archangels are higher beings returned to this other plane to help. Others can travel between planes and provide help. There are many you can call on, though many will not come because of name, simply because of the assistance or guidance needed. There is a special type of being that is called an angel, and this is a specific function for them. They do not guide in the same way as most other spirit guides or workers do. They have ascended much higher. They may be compared to the religious view of God simply because of their ability to intervene and offer assistance and ability to help many at once. How do you think the world came to be? The angels sent me here. 36. Q. What is the main purpose or reason that we experience dreams? A. A dream can be many things, and many times people discard them. This is why the dream is not remembered. You must teach your physical mind to remember them after being taught for so long that they are unimportant. There is a chance for your body to relax and rest and repair, and this allows the spirit, the real you, the energy, to leave the body and examine and learn. 40. To bring back knowledge, to meet with advisors, or simply to stretch while returning home for a brief time, to be away from the depression, as you might call it, as we refer to the drop in energy vibration between your physical existence and that which we, on this side, experience in our non-physical form, beings of pure energy. Dreams also create a release, or are a release for the at-rest mind where it is cycling through the events that are being recently experienced. There is no inhibition to prevent the mind from focusing on certain aspects, happy, positive, or negative, and hidden while you are at rest. There are many thoughts or actions that you may want to ignore in your waking life. The mind has the ability to uncover these, since you are not aware at the time, and bring them to the surface, in an attempt to understand or simply to access its library of information, while there are not other thoughts or physical actions being managed that will clutter this thought. Many experiences are simply you leaving your body, or the body attempting to understand the sensations the spirit has undergone. Attention should be paid to dreams and the state of dreaming. You are experiencing your home, other actions that you will take or have taken, or your mind is helping you to understand the events of the day, or of the past. There is much symbolism that can be confused, but rather than directly interpret them, you should focus on how they make you feel at first glance, the underlying motivation, the reason that this is being experienced by you at this point. Look at what things you may be missing or overlooking. If not, you are able to come back and do it again, in a lifetime or in another night of rest. Important things, messages, will always come to the surface, no matter how murky the waters, it will all float to the top, eventually. 37. Q. Why have physical phenomena such as levitation, full materialization, and other things become so rare on the Earth plane? A. These are not as rare as many might believe. There is a time when this will be commonplace, much in the same way as any communication between planes. You should understand that there is a culture present and mindset which punishes those who experience this. There is also a mindset that this is too difficult. People become impatient in the physical form. There is much work to bring this work forwards. There are many in other locations throughout the world where a government may have been oppressive or the country is poor, but the faith and exploration in these areas has not ceased since the first person was able to bring forth this phenomena. 41. There is much that can be learned by these groups. Some are in modern culture while others are in remote and isolated areas. They have not stopped their practices, and oftentimes there is a reason why they choose to remain isolated. It is not fear of electronics, or industrial revolutions, but the focus that would then drift away from these practices would be immense. The thought that the world around them would not understand or would attempt to convert them from their ways is not a negative thought, simply because there are always those going out and seeking others to incorporate them into their flock. There was a need for physical mediumship because it was seen, it was witnessed, and it brought a wave of energy and change into the study of this area on the physical plane. It led to many people experiencing spirit communication rather than just the few experiencing physical mediumship and production and manifestations of a spirit or spirit form on your plane. Once a more immediate connection could be made, there was less time focusing on something that would provide a greater level of convincing communication, because of the time it will take for the guides and beings working with a body in your plane is so long to build chemicals and energy. This modality being in such low existence on your plane should not be a cause for worry. It will rise, it will also become easier. There are changes coming to atmosphere and environment that will allow these things to be experienced and manifested much more easily. When the doubtful see, they will believe. Some will still doubt, but this is for them, not for the medium to doubt their own ability. 38. Q. What purpose does our ethereal double provide? A. Your ethereal double is more of an energy body, This is the you that exists beyond all other confines of physical reality and the other restrictions that you may place on mental and energy bodies in the human form. There is much to be learned about this, but also learn that no matter what term is used to describe it, this, and many other terms and practices are all the same. They are accomplishing the same no matter what you call them. There is much distraction between groups who claim to be practicing specific arts or beliefs. These are all accomplishing the same as those who they seem to oppose or who call themselves different. An ethereal double is your energy body when you are not in physical form. You have the ability to leave your body, your physical body, and travel, grow and learn. It is also possible to leave your body and bilocate even while you are awake and your body is 42 functioning. The mind in the physical body has many abilities that are not studied, nor are they accepted as anything more than just novelty or daydreaming. The conscious and subconscious mind is powerful and to some degree can operate the body for a time while the energy body is absent, though connected to the physical human form. You are able to experience your home, other situations. There is not a separate you. This other body is your true body and is allowed to free itself from the physical form at various times. This is accomplished through deep meditation, by astral projection. This is what is taking place in these practices, though they are all the same no matter what term you place on them. 39. Q. Are there any negative ramifications from homosexuality or bisexuality? A. There are no negative ramifications. There are physical damages that can be done through long-term sex of a specific nature, but there is no punishment in this act or sexual or loving nature of the human spirit. On the side you will cross to when you are finished, there are no genders unless you choose to associate with or be identified as a specific gender. Specifically, that might better be expressed as there is equal love for all spirits and therefore equal love from each gender for each gender. There is no definition of who may love who and in what way as the Creator is concerned. A balance of love in all forms is necessary. Physical attraction of any kind is acceptable as long as it is not to the detriment of others. There are some that choose this path prior to living in a physical form, there are others who choose it once they are here, and it is an outward expression of their lacking love from specific parental or parent-like figures in their life. Though it is no less important the lessons learned in that situation no matter their motivations or the decisions to undertake them. Many have not learned universal love, and perhaps the greatest lesson is not for the soul to undergo terrible persecution for sexual beliefs or the love of the same gender, but for man to understand that there is still a soul in each physical form. In a manner of speaking, no matter what is viewed on the exterior, and no matter the beliefs held inside that physical form, there is still a being of energy and light within that physical form that is learning, experiencing, and changing, just as those who might be eager to judge, blame, or persecute. Often there is previous debt that must be paid for prior actions, and there is persecution experienced in this lifetime that was a direct result of the actions 43 taken by that soul in a previous life. Quite often there is a balance in what one experiences by choice, choosing to experience both sides of the coin, both sides of the situation. This can be by choice and can be called karma, though even if they do not choose, in order to understand, you must be both the murderer and the victim. This is karma. You cannot only experience the rosy side of each action. Karma is not a punishment, but the polar opposite of actions had before, in order to better allow you to understand what has taken place, what is taking place, and what is being experienced by those when the other side of the action is experienced. There is no homosexual that can be learned or loved into being heterosexual. This is not a disease, this is not a mental illness. There are other problems, as with all humans, that can accompany any underlying desire, urge, or preference, and these are what should be addressed. If they are uncomfortable with some aspect of their body or mind, this is for that soul to come to terms with, learn with, use as a tool, experience, and learn not to judge, just as they wish to experience this lifetime without judgment and hatred towards them. All should love each and through the physical form, More is often associated with love through sexual acts. There is nothing negative or detrimental to the spirit or soul by any form of sexual experience that they may undertake. There should only be reasons evaluated for the motivations when they are brought on by some insecurity or any other malady that your doctors or dogmatic leaders may thrust onto a group of people. More is being down in the mind of those who are different from societal standards in any regard than what many people will come to understand in a single lifetime. There is no need for judgment or persecution, most often, through sexual preference or any other moral issue. There is no need to thrust your beliefs onto others. It is acceptable for all to live and let live in those differing beliefs. Many would still learn and accomplish actions, lessons, and learning by observing the actions of others without the hatred, violence and persecution that is experienced now. Though lessons will always take place, there is always a record of what has happened, and it is possible to learn, once certain actions are entirely eliminated from Earth. Learn of these actions from records of previous lifetimes of other souls. There will not always be need for violence, but as it is perpetuated, the opposing party in an action must experience the opposite. Turning a cheek is far greater than retaliation. Many will come to know this. It is the aspect of each personality often associated with each gender that should be balanced and experienced by a child, rather than ensuring that those specific aspects or natures are emanating from a specific gender on the earth plane. 44. 40. Q. What helpful properties does obsidian have? A. This is a healing and protecting stone. This will work to balance and eliminate negativity and keep the energy in the area on a much more even scale rather than constantly shifting from extremes, though it should be mentioned that there is only so much that these stones or any other intervention can do if the same actions are being continued. 41. Q. What makes certain types of music appealing to certain people but not for others? A. There are certain vibrations within music and certain vibrations within the creators of that music and the writers. These combine with the lyrics to create a certain vibration that creates a pleasing sound for some people and not for others. This will depend on the vibration of the individual and the level at which the energy is manifesting in the body. There are some who should pay greater attention to what they are constantly listening to, because the lyrics will interact with the energy of a person no matter if they are aware of it or are simply a passive listener. 42. Q. Do handicapped individuals progress at a faster spiritual rate? If so, why choose to move at an accelerated rate? A. Handicapped people can move at a faster spiritual rate but do not necessarily move at a faster rate simply because they are handicapped. Just as every situation is experienced and the reverse is experienced, this may be another regular learning session for these souls. There is not necessarily more or less for them to know, only in different manners and more understanding because of the difficulties which are encountered because of the physical or mental impairment. More than they progress quickly, mankind will progress as they learn the lesson of kindness, love, and patience, as it relates to these individuals. There is much understanding that should be taken from these souls when they are present. No scoffing or 45 dismissal as less capable, but the patience and love expressed to all mankind should be shared onto these individuals as they too are souls in a physical existence. There is a higher frequency with them to ensure they understand these lessons, since the physical sensations they experience may not be the same as able-bodied individuals. There is extra guidance to help interpret, and after this life, to go over and clearly understand what has taken place. This may be the form taken in a life because of previous actions. There may be an understanding or a patience of them which can only be learned through the focused attention they now have, through the absence of some ability that the majority of humans are given. They may not necessarily progress faster, they too can ignore, or miss their lessons or step off the path and must return to accomplish what was given to them as their assignments for that specific life. It is the absence or impairment that often gives them the focus and drive which can be missing from an able-bodied person. They may have less opportunity to be adrift from their mission because their focus is on less frivolous things, since they are much more depending on others or must be more self-sufficient. Blindness, as an example, has the ability to allow those experiencing it to become greater at experiencing other senses capable in the human body and to understand the subtle nuances in human interaction, as well as abilities connected directly to the spirit plane and communicating with it. There is less interference from mindless action and therefore less distracted on their way to their goals. This can allow them to progress quicker or accomplish these tasks quicker or easier. They are given a focus. These souls can return for this specific purpose, of being disabled, when in previous incarnations they had missed the opportunity to complete some specific task. Not true for all beings. They are great teachers in their right. 43. Q. Are tarot cards in and of themselves able to give accurate readings, or are they just a prop for psychics to use, or some kind of combined thing for a psychic? A. Tarot cards are useful for speaking the mind of the medium or psychic that is using them. There should be an instinct at work that brings forth more information once the card is viewed. There are those not working with guides and there are those working with guides. With guides, manipulation can take place to bring forward the proper messages in order to then connect and trigger the medium onto further information. Yes, they can be used to 46. Verify information. Though, those who are simply flipping cards and reading their prescribed meanings are not necessarily giving great or in-depth information. These cards can provide accurate information if a connection is made with a higher being or one is working with that soul. There is much that can be brought forth with tarot cards, but many do not realize that they can move beyond this method to give direct information from a spirit of light without any interference. Some though will not move past it as they are too fearful of inaccuracy or are unaware that they have this ability. There are many who will give correct information, but it is important to have thorough knowledge of the deck of choice and ensure that this deck is attuned to your vibration. These are not card games and should be a serious focus and endeavor for those who are willing to study it intently. They were brought about as a means to trigger the mind with general expressions that are more aptly applied to the situation or question at hand, though those who have a direct connection to spirit will know that there is more information and guidance available upon seeing that card, as they are often imbued with further information, whether they realize it or not. They may be giving it as what they feel is personal counsel, but is often an idea, thought, or sentence that was given to them by a power much greater than themselves. As with all communication and guidance, it is important to work in this field and focus your attention to it. Greater information will come to those using them that will allow them to move on. There should be a set schedule of study and practice to allow further development. There is no reason to think less of this manner of communication as long as you are aware of how practiced the card reader is and their focus and attention. Accurate information is not always had from a person in this lifetime who merely reads these instruments a few weekends per month. Greater intuition is at play for those who are using them, though they should ensure that they are reading the situation from a different vantage point and not the energy of the questioner who is simply thinking of that situation. A great change will come that will unlock greater potential and make those aware that they too can have communication with spirit. Many do already but do not realize that these are not their own thoughts. Seriousness is not the point, experienced is the purpose in order to fully engage in the higher information. 44. Q. What was the main purpose for the Bible? Was it meant to be symbolic or taken literally? 47. A. The Bible is a collection of stories that may be considered fables or moral stories. Some were based on actual events while others were simply handed down word of mouth as lessons for those who needed the symbolism. There are many sections that were originally written by those with spirit communication and even sections that were given to this planet by other beings from other planets and other beings of light. There has been much work to control this book and use it for selfish purposes, and realizing this will remove the controlling hold it has over an individual or a group of people who are following this book as though it were an inflexible document and all-binding. There was much done to it to change it from its original format, which was intended to be a symbolic guidebook and positive reference for the people of the time. There are many who included Jesus because they knew of his power, though the threat was added of his return to further ensure that a proper behavior was had from subordinates. There are many true stories in the Bible of healing, positive affirmations, and other phenomena. This book allows those who need greater instruction to know that there is a peace far greater than what they presently know. Though this book is used as such, it was not intended to divide and should be used to unite. Reading it as you would any other book is the way for those who are seeking guidance. It is unimportant to sprout a new ritual for reading and following it. There is much that is unimportant in the Bible, but the basic tenets of life and kindness to, from, and between mankind are wrapped onto the pages. Each shall have their own view of the world, but the Bible may be a basic building block, just as many other stories serve the purposes of learning basic concepts such as kindness, love, forgiveness. There is no wrathful God to cower down to, as this was also added by those who sought control. Many, when writing various stories that later became this collection, also created more elaborate stories to create an interesting story, from their point of view, while others were simply attempting to show the gravity of the situation. This book was to give purpose and direction to those who were wandering aimlessly. It is still useful if those sections which are glaringly untrue to you are ignored. Many on certain levels will feel a specific phrase vibrate or resonate with them. These sections are true for them. Inclusion and love is what should be taken from the Bible, not many reasons for exclusion and persecution. This was never the original purpose or intention. 48-45. Q. What can we do in our physical existence to raise our vibration in our daily lives? A. Focus on things that bring you joy and open your hearts and minds to experience joy and love. There should be no immediate focus on sadness and frustration before spirit work or communication or development. There are many things you can do, but these can be easily found, as you must only look for joy and those things that bring you joy while expressing the true laws of the universe. There is no true joy in the sadness and hurting of others. You should no longer find these things exciting or truly happy. Joy comes from expressing your heart and mind together in a beneficial and positive way. Laughter is most notable and acceptable because of the true happiness that you experience, which is very similar to the everlasting love and pleasantness of your true home. Dancing, clapping, singing, obnoxious body movements. These boisterous movements can be thought of as those that might be used by children. These will engage those around you in laughter and to lighten the mood, which is only the energy shifting and vibration shifting in the area and of those in the area. There is much to be learned about this. Your body posture can have an effect. This is true if a particular feeling is associated by you with a particular posture, or you express certain feelings only in a certain posture. There is much attention paid to this by those who are aware of their bodies, and simply adjusting your posture and body mannerisms there can be a great shift in the energy field and vibration of the body. Movements and posture can increase blood flow and increase the energy flow in a body, allowing it to be raised to new heights. This is why a child might appear happy though a parent might want them to calm down and stop their behavior. This is simply the child's natural way of interacting with the world, though they are unaware of how much is based on their energy body. Sloth-like mannerisms can be accompanied or attributed to negative energy and slow sluggish energy and a lower vibration. Walking and physical activity on a daily basis, especially those where the body is in contact with the elements, outdoors, not indoors, are vital to energy and vibration. Laughter is the best medicine because of the energy being expressed and the energy being felt by those who are in a group experiencing this. It is possible to relate funny stories and jokes to one another prior to development. This is a positive way to attract positive beings and raise your vibration. Yes, this is often true for you. Simply focusing on your energy and being aware of what is emanating from every aspect of your being, you will slowly begin to develop your awareness. 49 And notice how all of these things combine and directly affect how you feel about the world around you. Focusing on the energy of your words and thoughts will bring attention to them, and you will see that not all beings are as positive in spirit as they hope to be, though this is acceptable. Only know that being aware allows you to change these actions because you have the motivation to do so. Changing them will allow us to communicate easier with you and will radiate to others around you that you interact with and encounter. I want you to go ahead and ask these questions of one another before you begin your development. Are you happy? What are you thankful for? What was a happy moment or situation that you both experienced together? What was a funny moment that you shared or experienced separately? These things, though they may not be answered with subjects of spirit or the Creator, will attune your mind to the wonderful energy and love and joyous feelings that emanate and radiate unwaveringly on our plane. These will be experienced by you only in short bursts on your plane, but they are truly identical to what we experience here and what you will feel once out of the physical form. 46. Q. What causes floaters in the eyes? A. Oftentimes this is not something in the eye but something on the exterior, the fluid which lubricates the eye and reduces friction between the lid and the eyeball. This fluid can become thick and can become muddled with debris. This area can be cleansed with pure saline wash, no extra or outside chemicals. True tears or the natural wetness you experience is the only acceptable solution. This area can be flushed and cleansed naturally by consuming more pure water. This will become more flushed and cleanse the area when greater amounts of fluids are consumed, as it regulates the entire body. Fluid here will reduce tiredness, it will reduce small swirls or fragments that may seem to float in this fluid. The floaters in this area are caused by small sections of nerve and eye matter separating from the eye or nerves. This is caused by acidic or corrosive diets. Sugar can affect this area. Sweetness through unnatural means should be seen as toxicity and harmful, though some small amounts in extreme moderation produce necessary chemicals within the digestive system. It is necessary to reduce that which causes the corrosion in the body and ferments. That which rots the gut also rots the nervous and sensory systems. Be prepared to make changes in this area or your own eyesight will worsen. Water is the great 50 equalizer, the great balancer of the scales. Much harm can be done to a body or much done to imbalance its system, but the addition of water prevents much or reduces the harmful impact. There is a fluid in the eye, and when this becomes overly acidic or corrosive it begins to eat away at the flesh it encounters. Healing to this area in the form of reassigning the floating matter to its rightful place or dissolving it to a state of pure energy is possible. Your consideration of anything similar to prayer or affirmations on the true context of the problem and how you would like it resolved create much energy and healing in this area. Direct healing can dissolve these, but it is hampered if the diet is remaining the same. 46.AQ, what can be done to eliminate floaters in the eyes? A. Change the diet. Healing of any kind using energy of mind, word spoken and direct energy by others on one's behalf. You are learning that all is energy. Energy is emanated by all that you do. Direct your energy to the positive result you wish to see and make the changes to prevent such measures from needing to be taken once more in the future. 46.BQ, what can be done to prevent floaters in the eyes? A. There are oftentimes no diet orders which need to be followed, and the floating debris is caused by contamination of the blood. Though this is diet related, it can be accused of carrying something negative for the body when it is working on its behalf to sanitize and clean and purify the body. Problems can also arise from any injury which may cause damage indirectly or directly to this area. Much change comes in the way of appreciation of sight, and that which you refuse to see, because of the energy, can hamper your vision. There is not one simple remedy for most problems, though they are all simple. Most will never undertake them because they require a change in thinking. It is your energy or the energy in which you involved yourself that creates much in your body, mind, and environment. 47. Q. Please share information on the reason/purpose/consequences for masturbation. 51. There is energy released in this manner which is the life force of many living on your plane. There is an energy in this fashion that is the root of many creative acts, and this gives the beginning energy to many actions, feelings, emotions, and expressive energies. It should be balanced and not lost excessively to allow greater energy balancing within the body. There are other methods to express the energy release that is completed by this act. Look for ways that express a creative or artistic element. You do not have to entertain by any means, but to create something physical, a book, a piece of writing, a tangible useful object such as furniture. Anything that is created by you and brought into being by you will assuage the reason for this type of pastime. Understand that any act, when it does not control and rule your every waking moment, is helpful, and in most cases an expression of energy not being fully acknowledged will regulate itself in an energy sense when a fully awakened body is allowed to do so. 48. Q. Please share information on the reason/purpose for what appears to be evil entities scratching or harming a person. A. This is an energy that is feeding off of the energy associated with or within an area. Much can be done to stop this activity if the energy associated with an area or the energy created in the area is changed. Negative energy is not stronger, it is simply easier to create and more pervasive than energy at a higher vibration. While there is no rank and file structure that means more power for anyone, a higher vibration is the goal of many, but like a pyramid, there are greater numbers on the bottom than there are at the top because many are still on their way to an understanding. There is much that will overcome this if there is thought and energy directed towards the entity causing the problem. Oftentimes the human receiving the physical harm is carrying some energy or emotion or previous experience that the entity resonates with. Normally you will not see a person of a higher vibration even approached by anything thought of as evil because they do not resonate with it. Like attracts like, those with similar beliefs find each other in the physical form, and the same is true for those who are not in a human body. Those that find an area or a spirit or human in line with their beliefs will associate with it. The energy used to create the physical harmful act is only present because of the energy being expressed in the area, associated with the area, and most importantly, the energy in the 52 body of the human that the act is being carried out upon. Express, receiver, and experience love at all times. 49. Q. Please share information for the reason/purpose/consequences for those who experience the seemingly never-ending sexual urges. A. There are many urges that are natural to human existence and are part of your health books and biology classes. However, there are many other reasons why similar urges express themselves. This urge is, at its basic level, a desire to create something. To bring into being something from your mind and body. No matter if it is the words you write, music you write, a painting, something envisioned or created by you, a group started, anything that you wish to create. Because this energy is not being expressed in these areas, it is expressing itself in these sexual urges. Many are focusing on these areas because there are those around you who also wish to express them in this manner, so therefore you are finding the path of least resistance to balancing the energy. This feeling you experience at time will continue until you create something of your own or focus on something more productive, something that creates a measurable end result. 50. Q. Please share information that should be included in my Reiki I-Class handbook. What is Reiki? Where did Reiki come from? What does a person have to do to use it? A. There is nothing that the mind cannot accomplish, and this is precisely what part of Reiki is accomplishing. There is no specific Reiki, it is the mind intending to do good for the person or entity in question. There is no specific healing skill that is acquired through Reiki. Just as there are many religions of the world, there are many different modalities and terms for the same action. That action is healing, or the direction of energy, the channeling of energy with healing intent. Your mind plays the largest role in all of healing. There is no external force that can intervene to the same degree that your mind is able in order to generate a desired result in the physical body. We ask you to consider your desired outcome and then see it in your body. The second greatest physical intervention that you can take part in is the physical laying on of hands. 53. This energy differs from that of simply mind intervention because, when a different person other than you is used to deliver it, there is now the power of two. There is the combined mind power and intention to heal rather than before when there was only one mind focusing on the healing quality. At no time should there be reason to doubt this ability. Reiki was not born from a mystical being or some divine imparting of wisdom. There is wisdom that has been brought to this plane by those born into it because they have had this ability each and every lifetime. There have been subtle nudges to some so that they remember this information and return to it. There is no great being that is going to tell you how to heal since all of this is merely a matter of, literally, putting your mind over your matter and controlling your matter with your mind. There is physical energy that comes through during energy healing and the direction of this healing, it is part through the person channeling and their own energy and a large bulk is sent from the world of energy, our plane, through the physical form channeling. This energy does not differ because of an in-between or channeler. You may ask for this type of healing on your own and receive it. Much should be done to raise a person's vibration through right thought and right actions taken. Do not simply learn to heal and deliver energy to fix acute problems, or other problems that have manifested in a person's life. Learn to create this same peace through your own daily actions and your own words, thoughts, and ideas. To use this energy, to access it, you will simply need to work with an intention. You need to speak or mentally clarify this intention if you do not feel it necessary, but the intention to heal or create repairing energy should be the basis of your actions. Even those who are not aware of it are doing this. They are not putting their hands on the body of another and doing nothing. They are doing this because they intend to bring forth the energy, and they intend to bring about a change within the energy or physical body of the person who is seeking Reiki or the energy. There is no worry for anyone who feels that they must access this information through a higher being, either on your plane in a human existence or by using divine power and by calling on it. The process in which a person can heal or heal others is simply the act of doing. Intending to heal, specifically or generally, and then creating yourself as a channel and directing the energy over areas. It is true, with your intention and with your guide's assistance there is the ability of energy to travel in the body or energy field to where it is needed. Because you place your hands or intention over a certain area does not mean that the energy will not flow to where it is needed if there is an area that is the true cause of the concern or if there is an area of greater concern than where you are focused at the present time. Focus should be paid to the 54 chakras and the energy system as it is known on your plane. No matter the concern or ailment, these are true energy centers and will aid in the dissemination of energy throughout the body. Directing energy to them will allow and aid and assist in opening them, attuning them, and filling them with energy so that the entire energy system shall be operational and function at the highest capacity, with its greatest good and full potential being used. Remember, do not rely simply on Reiki or any other energy to fulfill your health and ailment remedies. There is a concern that Reiki is not working because problems continue to reoccur. This is not the fault of the energy. This can be the fault of the diet or the action that the body is repeating, which is serving the ailment or concern rather than the opposite and healthy end result. Do not blame the energy. The energy cannot make constant repairs when you are doing work to block it. The energy will always work, but it will be undone should you continue to not make strides to achieve a healthy balance in your life. Reiki is not simply waving a magic wand. There are many steps to health. All of them should be studied to allow for the deepest and most thorough healing to take place as it concerns the human body. A body is full of energy, energy that flows in and that flows out. To create yourself as a channel for this energy, it is imperative that you clear your mind. You begin first by living daily in actions of true and highest good. This can be the smallest of actions. You do not need to be saving every human life on the planet, but be aware of your thoughts and actions and how they relate to others. Be aware that there are others who you are able to assist and provide assistance to without detriment to your own progress. Learn the right actions and true virtues. There is no need to worry about things that do not matter. It is important to learn to heal your own body, mind, and energy before you attempt to heal others. You can use the focusing power of your mind coupled with healing energy or Reiki to accomplish this. It is important that you develop a program of intention and mindful development should this be something you wish to develop and strengthen in your body beyond a parlor trick. An athlete will not constantly ingest those things which are detrimental to their performance. Should you wish to develop as a healing channel, you should do those things which serve your highest good and your physical body. Developing as a channel will take time. The attunement process for Reiki is not imperative, though it can serve to open many channels in your body and clear old energy to allow your work to have a greater impact. It is a jump start to success. Though you are already able to do this, this energy coming to you during an 55 attunement will work to develop these skills in you. Your intention and desire and motivation are also used in the attunement process. You are working to achieve a healing function, skill, or capacity. The completion and the process of Reiki class and attunement will serve your psyche and your energy commitment to the progress you desire to achieve. You can enable healing energy at any time. There can be a word, phrase or other cue to allow the mind to enter into a ready state. There will be guides that work with you, no matter if you call upon them or not, and a mental or verbal cue, even as simple as uttering healing energy, will serve their purpose as well as your own and will indicate the desire to pull this energy into your body and deliver it to a specific area. Greater emphasis can be placed on speaking or mentally voicing an intention to heal or direct energy to a specific area or for a specific outcome. You can call your guides specifically if you desire. Your intention is everything. Those who tell you that it is nothing are missing the body-mind connection. Even if they are not declaring an intention, they are intending to heal simply by their actions. They hope to improve a condition. They hope to lift the spirits of the person requesting or needing the energy. The more faculties that you have focused on the task will net a greater result in your healing ability. It is important that you meditate, even for as little as 30 minutes per 7 days. This will allow a strengthening and focusing of your mind. Calling for your guides at the start of this session will allow them to work with you, to balance your body and lift your skill to a new height and elevated state beyond that of others, so that you may heal more effectively. You may see this as an athlete practicing. Improvement is only seen after the necessary time is developed in accordance with your intention to heal. It is quite possible, though, to achieve results and direct energy without taking the time to have mindful study and balancing. Simply stating, healing energy and placing your hands on an individual will aid them. Just as prayer sends energy, so does your mind. This is the intention. This is the extra unseen work being done to further aid in the process. There is no wrong way to do this, there is no negative interference that you can cause. It is important to note that many things can be overcome, many will not be because of the mind of the receiver, and many may not be undone because of the physical body's need to undergo a change. Though you may not undo some seemingly terrible experience, know that you are channeling healing energy into a body and mind and energy body of a being. There is still work being done, no matter how little is physically evident immediately following a Reiki or energy session. 56. Your skill will be developed to the level of your input into it. The desired outcome you wish to achieve will be impacted by your energy input. You can do this with mindful intentions or prayer. There does not have to be any specific religious context. There can be no religious context. There can be every religious context. It does not matter your affiliation or lack of one. It is the word spoken, the energy in the thought, the energy, both physical and non-visible, that achieve the desired outcome. These energies mess together to create, manifest and bring into physical existence the desired outcome. always working towards the highest good. This is merely a vehicle for understanding and returning to that which you are already capable. 51. Q. Barry Martin, who uses automatic writing to channel President Kennedy. How accurate are his books and messages? A. Barry Martin is correct, it is the time that is fluid. The majority of information concerning events is dependent on many factors. There is much being done to interfere with them, as they were planned, by those on your plane. This is not a negative impact, this is for the evolution of the planet and the forms of life that humans take. This interference and raising of their own energy in the slow awakening was not expected. It is important to know that there is much done using your sources of communication and spreading of information that leads some to believe that their ideas or notions or beliefs are not shared. It is not true. Many share beliefs and hold values that are not expressed through these means. It is important to isolate yourself from these types of information. There is much evidence that no matter your beliefs, you will begin to challenge them should you be open and allow them to impact you. Do not allow others to cause doubt within you, learn to remove doubt from yourself. There is much information within his books that should be understood and focused on by those in this time. There is much in terms of outside influence, protection, and negative impact that is taking place on the planet. There is much, just as on the surface, taking place. There are many who enjoy the negative or lower vibration and accusatory and harmful warlike actions. It is important to know that you are here to evolve. Simply because these beings that meddle are in a different form, it does not infer that they are here in a higher vibration or capacity. There are many on other planes that can travel from period to period, plane to plane. It does not necessarily infer a higher 57 vibration or different spiritual progress. It is merely another life form that may be possible for you to take. As there are many creatures on the earth plane, there are many creatures and forms throughout existence. It is important to know that the last word on truth is settled with the being receiving the information. Perspective may play a role in judgment, but know that perspective and understanding can be changed and opened. It is the attempt of many to share this information without bias. Speaking the word without certain motivations is difficult on your plane, and there has been much to cause mistrust, therefore not a good deal of information is accepted by large populations of people because of their previous mistrusts. There is a time for preparing, and it should be enacted now, preparation in mind, body, and spirit for a change in mankind. Though, it is not enough to sit by idly and wait for a change, it is important to choose to contribute to the mass change that is currently underway. Soon the talking heads on the televisions and radio, newspapers, and other media will be a quiet whisper in society. Currently they flex their grip over you by holding a select group of views and using only specific ideology. It is important to know that these are not the beliefs of most people, and even those who are not experienced in the human form, who have not had much experience in their spiritual path or many years in various lives, all of these will come to know truth. They read many things that are universally accepted, and many beings will know this. It simply takes time to break the masses out of information that has been given to them repeatedly in many forms of conveyance. This is wrong information. It is about control. There will be change, but there must be more done to convey the importance of change. There is no outside menace that will involve itself directly and cause the overthrow of hostile governments. There should be a stirring, an action within the people who are experiencing this punishment, this negative role of an exalted dictator and the controlled masses. People must change and speak out. Even doing nothing is simply not acceptable. Speaking to others, even in a passive manner, will plant seeds, will share information. Soon it will be unavoidable the thoughts of man and how wrong they truly are. They will come to know the true meaning of existence. Much is fluid, much based on times and calendars are impacted by actions and the thoughts, minds, and energy of those on your plane. There can only be a desire on our side to show you the way, to hope the best for you, to show you unconditional love and hope that you share it with your neighbors, but in most circumstances we cannot directly intervene. Many uprisings are from the initiative of one. He may have had a slight push because of predetermined beliefs prior to his arrival in a human spirit, but there will be much that people come to on there. 58 own, even while in the rigid confines and structure that this present society has boxed every single mind into. There will be a time of greater change. It is important to know that this is ongoing, that it is not subtle and it is not grand, it is continuous. There will be an expungement from the earth. Many will not change, many will experience new lifetimes in other areas. Barry Martin may touch on this. It is his work that President Kennedy influences and is not outwardly available or recognized in mainstream press. It is important to know that this information is true and correct. Know truth. Know that there are some things that are only true for some, only true for certain groups, only true for certain individuals. Know this is why many things are true for some and not true for others, even though they believe them to be universal truths. This does not include earth-born man-made concepts, only those that can be experienced in every form of existence. Peace to all. Accept nothing as evidence of itself at first. 52. Q. What is the basic process that occurs when a spirit guide in one dimension transfers information to a medium in our dimension? How many spirits must be involved to form the energy required for this process? A. The energy required varies depending on the manner of the manifestation. There are many present but not all contribute in the same manner. Much is done to prepare an entity for transference of information prior to the transfer taking place. There are energy adjustments and chemical alignments necessary for most communication. Many can return to your plane without much assistance and complete these tasks. Others need to have this work done at a later time or a retuning because of the detriment caused to the body by living this physical existence. No matter if it is done on the earth or it is done prior to birth, the same work is done. Again, in addition, this process may be restarted or recalibrated due to the spirit's ability to manipulate the body negatively through physical means. There are separate entities which will work with each being in order to deliver information. Oftentimes there is not one singular person or entity conveying this information. Many of those on your plane who are capable of giving information may assign a name to the messenger, or they may assume it is their highest or closest companion from this world as you live in yours. They may use this name, but this is not the sole entity that brings information for them to share. During communication there may be the use of the guide to relay the information, or the information may be direct from 59 the chosen entity. Often a guide or spirit advisor from the questioner will provide information. The process in this regard depends highly on the vibrational level of the channel as well as the congruence between the spirit guides in question. Some may be harmful or otherwise incompatible with the channel. These will not be allowed within proximity of the channel, though they may converse with the spirit guides or observers of the channel. The energy may come from our plane or it may come from yours. In most events there is a combining of energy. More energy is needed depending on the method of communication manifestation that is being used. Each requires different energy and different types. There may be a greater need for energy drawing from your world, or from ours. On your side this can from other willing physical living participants, or the ambient energy that is existent in air, earth, water, the natural life-giving elements. There is much that you do not know about this, and we will do our best to share and enlighten you. Though you must understand that there are many terms and processes which may compound your confusion or elicit such a reaction from your curiosity that there will be only further questioning to a point where no discernible information can be gathered by you because of the subtle processes used and their explanations. No, there is much to transfer energy. All actions and thoughts are energy. They are transferred quite similarly as you would transfer a telephone call to another part of the world. A connection is created, a vibration must be raised in the channel and the ability to focus on the task being conducted is important. It is important to maintain the human body of the channel. Much information is shared when the difference in energy is similar or reaching a closer point. There are those on this side, our side, who can make this difference less and less with little effort, and for some it takes many entities working together to bring about this lowering and raising of energy to facilitate a closeness in mind and harmony and resonance so that the thought transfer can be conducted and maintained. Various means of communication all take part in the same way. Through it is the physical body that may interpret it as hearing, feeling, or seeing, simply because these are the areas which have been focused and energy directed. There are other specific types that may be accomplished, but all work on the same basic principles. A channel is created, then a thought, the energy travels that communication pathway to the human body, containing a spirit in the human existence, and the information is shared. In the same manner, trance will take place, but rather than share your thoughts with that person expressing the skill to channel information and messages, the thought is not transferred, the physical energy of the entity is traversing the pathway and inhabiting the physical 6T body, or they are able to use the pathway to send their energy through, as a telephone may be picked up and listened to and spoken to. This is true for manipulation of the pathway to deliver information. There is no need to worry about your communication. It is clearer, there will be an impact on your energy field to allow trance communication to take place. It may be possible to complete this skill at a later date, while in the absence of any other human, and verified using a recording device. This can build your skill and efficiency. Later you will have this ability to share with others. You are close to this now. There is much being done in your physical body and energy field to align your energy and physical makeup to allow this to take place. Questions could be asked now during your development, but it is imperative that the mind not overshadow the physical or energy bodies, and that the mind not jolt the physical body and make it completely aware of what is taking place. Intend for your communication to take place. Allow and give permission for those you wish to allow their energy to enter, and those who are permitted to communicate with you should be given your permission to do so. There will only be a select few who can communicate through you, though they have information from many sources. They are not limited. These entities will begin to attune themselves to you and have begun to work on this process in subtle ways within your energy system. It is important to maintain the diet to allow proper nutrition for this to take place without the distraction of the energy contained within these foods. Many guides and companions, working towards the same mission, will accomplish the same task. All is energy, and this is the manner in which it is transferred. It may be many times before the energy is transferred successfully, but this process is the same for delivery of any manifestation. Physical manifestation is, again, the transfer of energy, though a different type. They are being used, the energy of the channel, to bring forth the entity so that they may manipulate the physical energy of the human body and extract from it what is necessary to create a physical apparition. Each time a communication or manifestation takes place, this communication channel is created. You can see it as a tunnel or a tube between two separate destinations. Depending on the work that has been done to maintain this channel or tube, the information coming through will vary. This too is depending on the mind of the individual channel and what they hope to achieve, what they have worked to achieve, and what they will allow to achieve. All is, as always, dependent on the mind. 6153. Q. How was the Earth first populated? How was the Earth first populated with the human form we have presently? Was there an outside influence or population that impacted the Earth and its type of population? A. This is an ever-changing dynasty in terms of life and existence on the plane in which you currently reside. There have been many forms. Though many are not truly dependent on the spirit that inhabits them, there have been changes to allow for greater interrelationships between the life forms and for subtle returns to the higher planes that are accessible by all. There are many things that have contributed to the expansion of the race of human beings that are currently on the planet. You are not here for punishment, you are here for growth. The physical properties, the chemicals, Your DNAs are made up of many different living things. There have been outside influences to all of humanity and to specific races. Many differences you see now in humans and their origins refer and include many interferences or bindings from beings outside this planet you currently reside. Many of these interferences were to attempt to eliminate things that were defects caused by your own manipulations or thought processes. It is not important to know the complete history but to know that you are a conglomeration in this form of many inputs and outcomes that have been experienced by men since they were first inserted here and filled with the energy being needed for growth and expansion. It is possible to say that those here need more growth than others, but this is untrue because all are growing. There is no top at which you begin laziness and idleness because you have stopped working. There is not a point at which work is done, and there is not a point at which you cease a purposeful existence. There is a time when there will be more information shared about this. You can find some of these texts in your world presently, but there is much information that was unfiltered and unexplainable by those receiving the information, so it will not be as clear as you wish it were to have been received. It is important to know that you are not alone. No matter the type of being or entity, or even with comparison to those on your plane that are living things, all share basic building block concepts to allow the physical form to be produced. There are many creatures on your plane that were brought from other areas to allow assistance and guidance and understanding to be experienced. These have been experienced by many as otherworldly creatures, though all are from the Creator, be they directly from that creation or from the manipulations of off-earth beings who have brought a creation to it. All share the same building concepts. There is not a change in entity complexity because of the physical 62 appearance. Many are the same. Many are able to communicate with you. Just as there should be no hate or worry between life forms on our planet, there should be no worry of those from beyond it. Many have come to help you. You are the planet that we are all waiting for to catch up. It is possible to consider that greater improvements need to be made here, but improvements need to occur throughout all of creation that is or ever shall be. There is no need to worry on the purpose of your existence. You are here experiencing. You should find joy in things and attempt to share into the world that which you know to be good. It is not important to expand your knowledge in the ways of healing arts any further. You now realize that these are all the same. There is much that is the same on your plane when compared to what is seemingly different. All things that exist are energy, all thoughts are energy, and all things conveyed through seemingly mystic abilities are energy. We are all energy. All are the same. It is more important to learn about how this energy is transferred through its various forms. Learning the properties of vibrational patterns will assist all in knowing the difference between what is seen and what is unseen. The properties of mankind are simple building blocks, and many are learning of these things now. It is important to know that there are men who will work to defeat this because of the constructs of man and how tightly they grasp to the aspects of these that consider themselves more important than others and give only the ability to degrade others within them. It is important to lift up others. All truly wish to be raised in a so-called spiritual evolution, a learning in your true body in concepts, but many are on different paths and will come to this knowing at different times. There are great spans of time within a lifetime for an awakening to take place. Much also takes place upon review of a lifetime once a being has exited your plane. Change is coming for many. There will be an exceptionally rare case that will make the difference for many. This will be a matter of origin for many. Cases are what many need to bring these topics to the forefront of human existence and consideration. Though through these methods there is no scientifically based information, it is up to the receiver of information to allow these thoughts to ring true for themselves. Some will not achieve this in this present lifetime. Changes will be coming to you. Often the sweetest spiritual involvements are those that many take for granted. Look into the little things. Experience all things great and small. As moderation in ingestion of food, so in the experiences of life. Keep reading and understand the work of those who have studied the unseen, those that are involved in notoriety and those who are yet discovered by the mass populations of the world. This work is important to share. It is important to 63. Work for the change that any one of you wishes to bring forth in the world. It is important to find the means necessary to do so. There is nothing wrong with speaking out against that which is unjust or unfair. It is more hypocritical to speak on true things and then use idleness to allow them to continue to exist. It is not important to battle with your brethren. It is important only that they understand the views and facets of ideas that come from what appear to be opposing sides on an issue. There are many who will speak out when the actions of one spurn a few to the cause. Comfort and adaptability allow laziness. Adapting is important, overcoming obstacles is important, it is important to have motivation, but there is much that the minds of those who are enlightened or have the ability to become this manner of thinking. There is much that they simply accept or choose to ignore. It is time to change these things. A sign, the word spoken, simply not accepting the action of others. An action often promotes others in viewing you as accepting of those actions which are not truly beautiful or just. It is important to make more waves so that more can receive them. It will spread out around you. Share peace. Share those things which you hold dear and true. Many can be broken free from the bonds of their thinking when they are held in the same respect that you wish to be kept in. Manifestos that explain in very concrete terms what differences there are in minds that one can concern themselves with are important. Explain away their ability to cling to old values and seemingly just morals that do not hold true and have never held true, contrary to what they believe has been passed down to them with the greatest of intentions. It is not important to preach, but it is important to make the information widely available. Some are on the cusp now and are seeking a light, a beacon, something that will allow their information stores to peak and create in them the new information for the world. Small ripples in your area of influence, where you can emanate these ideals, are important. Each will reach many and those ideas will be spread. It is important to be confident. Confident and professional and true in your beliefs are important. Do not return the same attitudes that you do not wish to receive. Allow greater growth to occur in those that you have not expected much from other than stagnate thinking. Peace will come, but there must be work. Frustration and anger at the reactions of few will be experienced. It is important not to become swayed from your goals and your own personal truths because they are questioned by others. Fear nothing except your actions that were left undone. Make it available. The kindness which emanates from those who have this understanding will find others to approach you even after you have felt as though you have been defeated in battle. There is much learning, much progress. You have this 64 knowledge, now you should seek to share it further, share it with others. There is much they simply do not know because they have not been told this information. They are not aware of the full potential. Learning is important. There is much information that those on a non-physical plane can share, but there is only certain actions and physical interference that can be brought forth by those living in your plane. Destruction and irreversible actions are not always irreversible, but there is much that is catastrophic that will occur, though there are many that are stopped by the beliefs of others and by the energy from the non-physical world. It is important to not remain silent. There will be a clash of ideas, but these will not be permanent. You will see that peace is not always at the forefront of those who claim to be peaceful and who state they are peace-bound for their soul's highest good. There are many in this belief that will find it troubling what you're saying. There will be difficulty, but there will be difficulty with all. To push the energy of this planet into a new era is important for all who will come to it and for those who are aware of it. Your spaceship is your planet, it must be maintained. Idleness should be removed from your thoughts and set of available actions. Happiness can be experienced by all. Move beyond suffering. Focus on the good that each person contains within their potential that was given unto them simply by experiencing this lifetime. Personal skills will come about accordingly. No unjust actions, only unjust inaction. 54. Q. What was the original reason this universe was created and brought into existence? A. This universe is here for your enjoyment, for your learning, for your development. This is a place where trial and error can be exercised. Much learning in any physical or energetic form is done so through reading, but much more is grasped and carried out when a form is placed within a situation and made to exercise judgment from within the confines of that reality. There is much learning understood by reading on the theories of existence or the reason for any specific function you wish to learn. It is only by immersion and practice that you gain true knowledge and experience and the wisdom of those who have gone through before you. There was a need for those in energy form to experience this world, to exercise judgment. Judgment is multifaceted and an important part of your creation and deliverance to higher realms. This place is for learning, it is of importance. 65 To understand though that you are not isolated from any other realm or dimension while you are in this physical world. There are many who travel between each area and there are none who are untouched or unrelated in terms of travel, ideas, and the energy that reaches each area. All are related, all are in a cycle that is entrenched in their own creation. It is important to know that there is much taking place on each level, that the goal is to learn and move through trial and error, not simply for repeating knowledge that one finds necessary, because of the requirements of the position or how it could be considered repeating random facts within an academic classroom. This is not the purpose is to acquire true knowledge, to interact with the world. Each is a creator in their own right, and this also allows you direct and immediate contact with these abilities, though there are many, through the process of their learning, who are equally involved in destruction. There are many attributes which still exist between your existence in this field and your energy existence in your true home. Many of these relate to energy thoughts, actions, and abilities. These too can be used in your physical existence. There are some things that are more immediate because you are in a physical existence, and there are some things that a greater time span is considered when implementing your thoughts. This allows for true reflection, greater interactions between entities and so on. There is not a place in the world that is unjust. There is a need for you and others to raise yourselves and those around you so that there can be a change in the way this world is perceived. There is a time when you may be concerned you are behind the times in terms of evolution of ideas that are barbaric. Look at how many in the US, who are focused on materials, view the circumstances of less fortunate beings in Africa. These same views are applied throughout the universe and throughout each dimension and in between each area. There is an understanding needed by those on every level to achieve an understanding and an independent, unbiased attitude towards giving and receiving love. While there are many other entities and energy beings who have evolved to a much higher state concerning this ability, there are many who have not. These goals have been established only by you for each individual in conjunction with the ability of each creator and higher being in terms of involvement. We are here because we can assist you, not because we have greater knowledge at all times. It is important to learn about this place and how to interact with it. There is much that can be done to save many from grief, but it will only happen when those who are focused only in their immediate area remove themselves from ways that make them indifferent to others on very small and even grand scales. There are enjoyments here and they are allowed to be experienced. 66 Simply because a man enjoy games or alcohol does not make them negative experiences. Many have great work to do, and for some these can be hindrances and should be avoided. Others seek comfort in these things. For most, any activity can be experienced as part of your goal as to learn and experience all that there is to learn while it is within your reach in this lifetime. There is no need to shun, many of you are doing this now. Moderation in many things. Much is done to excess, but there is much that should be done to a greater degree. This place is to learn of these things. There is much that takes effort, creating harmony takes effort. Learning all there is to learn takes effort. Many slip idly through each lifetime, but no matter the acts done or left undone, each will accomplish and return with the same level or degree of information for their continued progress and learning. Leaving this place, you will find yourself surrounded by life, no matter how evolved or unevolved you consider yourself to be. Each area is filled with the love that those relating and in common with you all have. There are greater degrees of this, based on what each has done and accomplished, what each has focused on and what each is intending to complete or place their focus upon. It is important to know that there is much that can be done while you are not in a physical incarnation. There is much that is accomplished while you are simply an energy being, though there is much that is considered perfect by you in this place which you do not currently reside. There is much that will only be experienced by viewing the records that others have created through their lifetimes. It is not readily available to you to experience hate and murder and death while you are an energy being. These things are reserved for the physical plane where much is done to coax you through these areas and experiences. Each has accomplished the same tasks, though many on the earth have taken many lifetimes to accomplish these goals, others will ascend much quicker. This is not something to pass judgment against, it is simply the process of each individual energy being as it relates to their understanding of specific areas. There is no need for worry about slacking responsibilities that may pose a problem later. There is much outside influence when it is needed in order to accommodate that which is required from the earth at certain instances. There have been many instances of life throughout existence in this universe, and there have been many that have moved on or moved out of this universe or through it. There are others similar to the appearance that you have now, though they intend not to disturb your development. They are wishing to communicate with you and assist you, but there is much that is done by few in positions of control to disseminate the impression of negativity by anything which may 67 not evolved from your planet and its current civilization. You are not alone, clearly now, you are not alone. Many should understand that there are movies depicting a wide variety of beings for entertainment purposes. There are not a wide variety, there are only few, but there are variations and there are existences beyond that of your own in this same physical plane, though this is a destructive planet and many do not wish to interact with you. They are aware of you and many of you are not aware of them. It is important to develop awareness beyond that of your immediate sphere or realm, and beyond that of your current world. There is much that is controlled by dogma, but there is much that is controlled by those out of dogma who simply intend on seeking comfort in their views of the earth plane which were conceived at very early stages in life. For some this is acceptable and not relevant to their achievement in this lifetime, though any progress made in this area can have drastic changes in elevation for their sake in later times on many levels in which they may find themselves. There is a reason to go in faith and explore. It is your destiny. There will be a time when many are aware of the true nature of this existence and will grasp it fully. Until that time you will return here for experiences and understanding. Even beyond that time there will be some here now who come and return to this place to develop on another level. Some will never return to this universe, nowhere in it. There are other places, developed in similar ways but with varying goals and attributes, that many will experience once they are prepared from leaving this or very proximate lifetimes. Go in peace and seek truthfulness. 55. Q. What part did the U.S. government play in the 9/11 terrorist attack on the Twin Towers? A. There is much that has been covered up. There was a direct influence in the attack, and it is not by the ignorance of pre-given knowledge as many keep repeating. This knowledge was conceived as a method for conveying to the public the reason for the atrocities. To think that ignorance is a better excuse is unbelievable, but many on your plane are much happier with this information than with any other excuse or reason that could have been disseminated. Using this excuse, the government should have been fearful that more public outcry would have been experienced, as many would have lost faith. Many believe any story that is put through the media and repeated like a mantra, over and over again. It becomes difficult to ignore. 68. The stories, Many will doubt the truth that they know in their own minds because they are faced with such overwhelming influx of information supporting the cause disseminated by the government. There is reason to know that there is much done to bring the focus on the people to peace rather than focus on the reasons and motivations for this attack. It is our concern for you that many will be alarmed and peace further from the obtainable future because of the reasons that can be mentioned to you about this attack. First, to say that the reason is obstructed or hidden is not true. There is much in plain sight that is the reason for these acts. There is money, power, and control by implementing the use of the military. Control here at home, reasons and excuses for control of the population, rationing, giving up liberties. There is much involvement overseas in an attempt to gain control, in an attempt to gain allies, but these are not allies that we will gain by mutual respect for peace and order. We will be receiving greater numbers of allies to the US. Because of the deals and talks hidden from sight, through force and unclean tactics. These are not truly allies as their own interest as well as ours, is what each country seeks to improve, not mutually beneficial. It is important to know that there was much done to attack the trade buildings prior to this seeming attack, and this is why this area was chosen. It was not necessarily for its symbolism. Only those who attempted to wreak havoc on it prior to 9/11 attempted so for its seeming power. The attacks blamed on those you call terrorists were done so because of prior engagement in such activities that there is a story to convince you that such atrocities were possible. There is much regarding the alleged pilots and victims. There are only cover stories. None were truly on the planes that hit the towers. There are many who have conceived stories to make the scene more tragic, believable, and convincing. Know that those in the buildings were truly attacked. But those in the planes, these are not believable stories because they are untrue. There was no attempt by others to stop these flights because there were no persons on board to stop them. There was not an attempt to subvert these attacks because it was necessary for them to take place to implement more control within the country and abroad. It is not readily acceptable by you for more specific reasons and means. It is important to know that there are some who are involved in government now who are plotting similar deeds for the sake of convincing the populace of alarming terrorist threat, and an attack will be blamed and they will be accused of it. There is much done in a domino fashion. The American government seeks to implement control, but they also incite further violence because of the fury held by those who are the alleged attackers, though they've done nothing wrong. There are many who 69 speak against tyranny, and the large populations labeled as terrorists only hold differing views, much as the world did in the many hundreds of years as this society was building up around the world. It has been the history of man to persecute that which stands out. It is not merely those societies within the world that the U.S. feels are more controlling that attempt to do this. In every area of the world there are many reasons, there are many people that attempt to stamp out differences. Oftentimes this same act occurs indirectly because the populations have been molded to believe the popular consensus. It is important to know that the rights and thoughts of the individual should be maintained after their own critical thinking and careful evaluation brings them to a specific thought or belief. Standing for your beliefs is crucial and important to many who return many lifetimes over for simply living life as an idle person and not actively seeking truth of any true nature. It is important to know that there will be many who will come to know the true nature of these attacks and the true grandeur of the stories and telling of cover stories by government, not just within the United States. The true nature of many things will die with the last life that was involved in the atrocity. Know that more information can be revealed later, as more will become acclimated to the possibility of this alternate view, as they see it. It is important to know the truth. We thank you for bringing it to the surface where more than just a few will see it. Begin seeking the true reason for events. Do not become overwhelmed by the sheer number of events that are given false motivations. Only seek to reveal these and make it available for those who wish to read it. Tracing the relationships of those involved often paints the clearest picture. Your doubt is most often correct in these areas. 56. Q. Was the Pentagon hit by a passenger plane or by a missile during the 9/11 attacks? If it was a missile, who was behind the attack? A. This information is concealed by the United States government. It is not for us to disclose because of possible raising of standards in terms of secrecy and the control it exerts over the people of the United States. It is imperative that you understand that this information is not the same information that is widely accepted, and there have been many who have discovered the truth. The confrontation between those who accept the mainstream ideas regarding this subject and those who believe there is an alternative answer will meet in the public spaces in due time because of the anti-government sentiment, and those who cling to it will do so with an 70 incredible zest. There will be confrontation between those who do not wish to be oppressed, by those who are able to live in harmony without the aid or oppression of a large government that is seemingly there to aid and assist you, though the reality being that it is merely a method for control and keeping you in your present state. It is important to know that an explosion did occur. There was an explosion by outside and inside forces. These were controlled in an attempt to make the panic and fear more widespread. There was not an attempt to conceal the fact that this was not a terrorist attack until after the event. This is why there is so much controversy in the accepted reason for what has happened there. This reason was formed, on the fly, as you might say, in an attempt to create a story that completed the Day of Terror in conjunction with the other attacks that occurred on that day. It is important to know that there is much still concerning the day of 9/11 that will be exposed, but it should be noted that the absence of information is what is crucial and will drive others away from the government and the trustworthy persona that has been held by many since the early days of the controlling persona. Be aware that not many will be concerned for the exact reasons. Be it known that there was some outside influence, some outside cause. This was done only to distract you and to later control you. The precise means are not important. The responsible party will be compelled to share information as if they were not the ones who were orchestrating the events on that day. We can say at this time that it was an attack from within the building. Figuratively and literally. It was not an outside force or implement that caused this destruction. Simply isolated attacks, individually, would have been tragic. But several incidents only add to the chaos and the legitimacy of the story of terror and terrorists, and fundamentalist ideals as the core reason for the attacks taking place. It was not by any of the means or methods or even men mentioned in reports that these acts were carried out. These were not men who benefited from the attack. The men who carried this out were strong-armed into doing so by higher authorities, and those who were blamed were not existent. It was not possible to create a control and inhumanely waste the lives of many on said planes. There are many who perished, but any plane that was used on that day did not succumb to death. There was emptiness. There were no deaths from being a passenger on a plane. There are many who are in power who believe that these attacks were by outside forces. They will also cling to these ideals because they do not believe that the government that they work within would be controlled by a group of individuals who are not elected. There are many who still have morals and values that they hold fast to, but many will need to be broken from this in order for the truth to be found. No. 71 That there will be no truth by following official channels and means. It is important to know that many believe a story because the information available is what they base their beliefs on. Simply because it is available does not mean that is the entire story. There is much creating of evidence, withholding of evidence, and misinterpretation by the media figure and those in the public that receive it. Many people know only pieces of information if they are part of the machine that creates this information. The sum of all the parts together will not be realized for some time now. It is not readily acceptable that any such group or force would behave in such a diabolical manner outside of an entertainment show. There was no gunman in the grassy knoll. It is possible to operate outside the control of government and not to be caught up in the storyline and plots they insert into the media. It is important to know that beyond small town, extremely small town local government, where there is community cohesion, there are no truthful governments. Many are only driven by greed and power, albeit on varying scales. There are many ways that the governing few silence or ignore the people they have been elected to serve. Differing views are not often heard unless it is the controlling party's controllable opposition. They will assume the storyline that is in opposition because they can offer a rebuttal that they have prepared. No critical thinking rebuttal is permitted in the public sphere because government cannot immediately defend its position under most scrutiny. 57. Q. Will China ever stop being a communist nation? A. This is the system of government that works best for those who are incarnating there. There will be much done in terms of the rights of the people and the ability to raise one's voice above the level being maintained by an orderly populace. The changes in their social structure will bring a great change to their leadership. Their government will not change, that is, the label will not change, but there will be a vast difference between China in your time of 1980 and that of 2020. Their people enjoy many things that the populations of many other industrialized countries do not. They know a great sense of security in terms of artful expression and health. Though there is still much that cannot be said out of respect for their leadership, there is much done to work to curtail the pollution and many other social issues. In terms of change, China and the United States will undergo greater transformational periods, but it is unimportant who goes first. It is 72 important to see that no matter the type of government, those the USA has marked as different is only that, they are different. Their differing views are not ones that should be looked upon or thought of as less evolved or advanced. There is much that each form of government and society could learn of itself if each difference was not used as a reason to segregate and isolate. There are terms that are used that are now associated with negative imagery for other societies. It is important to open one's eyes to the differences and see what can be expressed around you, see what can be learned around you. It is possible to see the good in each creation and bring those ideas together to experience a peace that all can enjoy. First, before any evolution can take place, the goal should be understood to not make personal possessions the reason for existence. There should be greater assistance between neighbors and neighboring countries. Not a selling of resources at a high rate to gouge the neighbor in need, but to offer resources so that all can prosper and experience the true nature of self and what should actually occupy one's time, of course, none of which should be taken up with the worry over materials non-living. It is important to look within and find what truly causes you to be in existence, and then you will find the true cause and purpose for yourself. Each entity has a reason for being, and many of these are not to exist within a label that its society or another has placed upon it. There is much energy associated by labels and terms. Even if those who are labeled do not give credence to such labels, there is still energy attached to it. This is why, at many times, there have been evolutions in the term used to label a group, or an action. It is to dissociate with that energy of the past. Oftentimes this same energy reappears after being brought into existence and replacing the previous term, but there is a brief change while the expression is still being understood. It is important to not be caught up in the terms, words, and labels that are used on your plane. It should be important to recognize the act or situation or object as one that is uplifting or one that does not serve a greater purpose for self or others. Too quickly people will focus on the word or terms used and not look beyond it, to see what is truly in existence. This is true of the inability of many to care for the sick and dying or those who need medical intervention. While it is not always necessary to find medical intervention, because much healing can be done by one's own self or with the aid of others, it is important to see that the inability to create a system of healthcare for all is the inability of a country to care equally for all citizens. How can any country truly assist the citizens of the world when they cannot appropriately exercise compassion for those in their own country who need some sort of assistance? It is important to make changes, not be caught up in words. 4. 73 As with labels of government that many see as negative, There are other freedoms that they enjoy that are never mentioned when compared briefly and quickly to what a person knows as their own. 58. Q. In the future, will China economically and/or militarily overtake the USA to become the dominant nation or force in the world? A. This has already happened in many ways. Currently the USA holds many assets and much money, but many of their industries are spread throughout the world so that they may find cheaper sources of labor and cheaper resources to create products rather than use and support their own people. There is much that will not be told because within the USA's borders they must keep order and control. It would be devastating to many people to learn that they were being outpaced by a nation that was not a democracy, though many would be surprised to learn the USA is not the true democracy they learned about in their studies in grade school. The USA has financial backing power and support of other greedy interests, but China is able to support itself because all facets of their industry, commercialism, and all other areas needed, these are all contained within the country itself. There is much that can be replaced if there was an absence of outside material to China. They are much better equipped to adapt rather than the USA, who will wait for some other means to produce the same product or a new alternative. China is much more self-sufficient than what many believe, and they are much more able to adapt. There are greater numbers within their borders, and though there are fragments of the younger population that are spinning away from long-held beliefs, there is still greater sense of community and greater span of beliefs that are held by many. This would, in a sense, make their military much stronger by sheer number of those who would defend should it ever become attacked. There are many though, as in the USA, that would rather face punishment than to fight another being on this earth. The USA is simply maintaining its head above water because of the trading and use of its money, lands, etc. to sway deals across the globe and to give the appearance that it is still a global power. Many countries similar to the USA, who have escaped the tyrannical view of other leaders, do not find it necessary to send troops under the guise of aid in order to maintain control abroad. There are many armies that are reasonable by comparison to the USA, but they do not serve the same warlike purpose. These armies we mention offer greater aid and 74 relief efforts within the country and neighboring nations. They maintain a warlike capacity should they ever feel threatened, but there is much about them that remains in comparison to your view of the Red Cross and other relief agencies. Believe little that you hear about other nations unless you have first-hand experience with that culture or way of life. There is much created to build the mind of the American people that they are on top of every aspect of human life, though this is not so. 59. Q. At what point will the extraterrestrials that have come to assist humankind make themselves officially known to the people and governments of Earth? A. There is much that has been done to create an atmosphere that will have beings from off the planet received more readily. There are those that have had sightings that are unexplained, and this is being done in hopes that it will foster the ability for these people to welcome them and not assume that it is an attack on their Earth. There is much that is being discussed as more and more living on the Earth have witnessed unexplained events in the sky, but there should be more done, and will be done, to prepare this into the minds of those who are less readily open and welcome to it. It is important that there be less doubt of the possibility. It is not important that all believe in sentient life, but the ability to conceive the potential for other life is important. They need not believe that we are the singular race in the cosmos. This is an old habit that is dying slowly. There are those who have visions and experiences, and as soon as they look at these events more critically, to go about the process of examining them deeper, they will see that this was not a random event or something that they can dismiss as a random event. More and more these discussions are taking place by those who would have before been uncomfortable bringing this news to the open. There are many who share these beliefs, which share a knowing that there are beings beyond that of the earth and can exist in the same manner of your physical existence here. It will take a time of great upheaval before they will render themselves available in physical form and directly available on the steps of any government building. At present, They will be coming to you once there is greater seemingly chaos or events that cause disorder of those that would cause harm or seek to control their existence. It will take some time yet before they are physically witnessed on the ground by large numbers of life forms on the earth. They will come, in your lifetime, Alex. 75. You will see them, not to the degree of the final outcome, but you will see them. We are with you and they are aiding and guiding you. You will see them in more ways than you have before and not simply through subtle glimpses as you have before. Waking to this knowledge is important for those who will be experiencing it. There are many who have always known there would be contact and information shared between life on Earth and that which does not come directly from it in the present form. There are others who are coming to this knowledge now and will experience it with greater ease when more share information between those that have known and those that have only recently known. It is important to continue your patience, for there are many who will need to be made aware of the possibility simply because they have never conceived such a possibility, not simply because they do not believe, but because they have never considered it as a potential outcome. It is important to know that there are many who say that there will be violent entities, alien creatures who wish to do harm to the earth or enslave it. This is not true. The only entities that shall interact with any life on this planet will be peaceful and of an evolved degree that will only allow sharing of information for the improvement of all that inhabit it at the time they disclose themselves. There is not a time when the earth will be enslaved by outside beings. There are some who wish to manipulate for their own good, just as there are any energy beings or those on the earth in human form, which have goals and motivations that are less than desirable. It is important to know that there is much done to create a peaceful intervention so that no outside negative influence interferes with the earth. This is in the same manner that your own guide, the one who is with you at all times, is present and shields you when you ask and combines the vibration of your energy and physical bodies with their own energy, which is readily available to protect you. Know that it is possible that there are outside influences that obscure facts and truths and whisper negative motivations to some that are in power. It is only because they make themselves susceptible to it that this occurs. We do not offer assistance where none is wanted or asked for. The beings who have succumbed to this outside influence will be gone when these true beings make their presence known. There will be a peace in the aftermath, and they will help to use it in a new type of technology and inner being and beliefs for those who are present. Time is short for the waiting period which will take place. Know that there is work being done to expose those open to it in a more direct fashion than what was done a century ago. 7660. Q. Do our sinus cavities serve a purpose in psychic or medium skills and abilities? If so, what do they do? Does being congested, having a cold, or having allergies change this in any way? A. These areas are intensely sensitive to energies. It is also important to know that the energy and light from the sun directly affects these areas. These were placed within the physical body in these areas because of their ability to be in the sun as it relates to the sleep and waking cycles of a person, and therefore receive more energy through these areas because they are in direct light while the person is waking. It is important to say that these areas are receptors and antennas. They are not simply a method of filtering your breathing air. They serve the function of a reservoir of energy while the skills is needing it for interpretation or as a full reserve to experience the sensations and to use the qualities of a particular skill that has been developed in a medium or person that is able to sense and perceive beyond that of which is widely acceptable on your plane. They do not receive information that is harmful, though they are able to interpret the energy of others and may act as a warning. Negative energy and information is not supplanted in these areas, and you do not need to worry about harm. You cannot be harmed in these areas. That is why it is important to know that when you experience certain energy or emotions, that is to say, when your mind experiences them, they are not yours. You often can experience the energy, vibration, or emotional state of those near you, as well as those at a distance. Those not directly in your presence because of an ability to connect through the many forms of energy and medium skills and healing. It is important to notice their placement. They are directly over the brain and are direct receptors, as are the eyes, of that which is being seen and experienced by the body. On a much deeper level they interpret data and energy much more than what is on the surface and visible to the eyes. These areas are unaffected by hate and anger, they are only able to sense them. They are able to sense many things and often bring this energy in the form of an emotional or physical response process within the brain. Please know that there is much focus that should be paid to these areas. Many parts of the body were only discovered prior to many beliefs held by current society, but current society has not re-examined much of the body in order to understand its purpose and function by today's methods and interpretations. Today's understanding is still that of prior misunderstanding. These areas serve the same purpose as many might consider the antennae of insects. They can be filled with energy by that of 77 spirit. We can bring energy and gas, and chemicals, to these areas for your development, to balance the body, to develop an ability in you, to bring about a deeper level of trance. Often there will be a sensation in these areas as though one has experienced a sunburn or has been in the sun though they were only in an apartment or dwelling. This experience is because of the energy that was used and is similar to that energy that is delivered by the sun. There is much manipulation here, not for negative or personal gains, but there is much here that the human existence does not know and takes for granted, and therefore much intervention is needed by those with the knowledge, those in the spirit realm, to balance and correct these areas. It is possible at times that these areas succumb to sickness because of sensory overload within a body or existence that has not yet adjusted to the sensory perceptions of these areas. It is also simply just a matter of physical imbalance that causes these areas to be irritated and filled with mucus. In most cases these areas being infected do not impact your ability to conduct your usual routine, your practice and utilization of your skills, only when they restrict, prevent, or change your breathing, which also changes the blood flow and rhythm of the body, that is when these areas can be impacted. Many can experience some degree of all those possible interferences that you have mentioned and never suffer a need for rest from spirit while resting the physical body in order to recuperate. When you do experience the need for rest, it is important that your use of mediumship abilities do not interfere with your physical rest and well-being. Simply because the skills and qualities and senses that you are using do not appear physical, they still impact the body in much the same way as any physical activity. They can change the energy levels in the body, and this may pose problems when healing is required or rebalancing to allow health to return to the body. As chakras dispense energy, they serve as, possibly you could call them, miniature heart centers for the manner that they spread and dispense the energy through the body as the heart does with blood. That is the manner in which your sinus cavities, those contained within the structure of the skull, spread the energy to the brain and pass messages back and forth from internal to external and vice versa. Do not worry that an infection has made these areas less able to interpret data or less functional. There is little that is stopped in an energetic process because of physical mucus. Some energy will always flow through any physical form, and much more energy can be supplied if it is something that is hampered by a physical passing through in order to reach an area. The breath is what should be focused on when one is concerned if their health may contribute their communication or other skill negatively. The breath has the most direct impact on your 78 physical health. Diet is second, but as the natural process are concerned, the breath affects many rhythms and cycles. All must breathe, no matter their diet or other variables. The breath is always required, and respiration is the beginning process of the cycle within the body that regulates many things. These things being in top physical order should dictate your use of your perceptions, skills, senses, and other abilities when considering actions to take while you may be in an imbalanced stage of physical or energetic health. Sinus cavities can be cleaned using water. They can also be aided by hands-on healing, the healing of mind, or the healing of distance healing. These also serve to balance the areas and empty them from any cause of inflammation and empty them from any excessive substance. Much of a person's perception of another is by sending and receiving information that is expressed through these areas. It is not always the expression, the physical outward view of the emotion that a person perceives in another that makes them react in a certain manner or behavior. It is the energy being expressed through these areas in that one person that are being received and interpreted by the viewer that have the greatest impact. Much is connected within the human body and within the human head. There is much that is known all about the body and how all processes relate to one another. There is less known at this time about all ducts, glands, and connectedness and passageways are all interrelated within the skull, the brain, and the head. There are many physical secretions that use these areas, but there is much for energy exchange within these forms. Expression on many levels and receiving information takes place within these areas. It is only by experiencing the exchange that occurs between all senses, their merging through connectedness in these passageways, that an experience is truly felt. The true nature may be missed because it is only felt by what is directly and immediately available to the degree that a person is aware of their senses. Most often these are only the physical sense. Records are maintained of these experiences so that they may be understood later should they have been missed while in the physical existence. Do not use any drying substance on the glands or ducts within these areas or within the body. Let excess be expressed naturally when there is an imbalance. The excess must be passed in order for balance to again be achieved. Balance cannot be forced, though much is not done by medicine to balance, it only masks. Masking these problems does not help them to alleviate the imbalance in the body. It is true, the body must now work physically more in order to bring forth a change because it is now working through tougher conditions, not just walking uphill, but now scaling a mountain because of the medicinal interference. It is possible to take a natural plant substance to prevent 79 further infection, however, if there was balance in fluids within the body, balance within the diet, these substances would not have to be taken and an infection would not be a concern. In that situation the fluids could pass freely if other areas of balance were maintained. There is also fluid exchange to and from the body with these cavities. Energy is exchanged which also gives the impression of fluid exchange because of it. Dryness occurs because of this. Fluid, water. It is important to maintain a high quantity of this with regularity, within the body. 61. Q. What is the reason some experience what we call near-death experience and a. There is an experience for them that entail their belief in the afterlife. It is important that some be broken from this or be righted on their path away from what they were currently pursuing. Some merely attempt to break from their physical existence prior to their scheduled departure, not that it is to be understood that there is often a specific date or time. There is a set of goals, a loose configuration of what should be accomplished. Once it is so, or it is seen that only so much can be accomplished and you are ready to make an exit, then you shall. Near-death experiences are bodies that are being kept alive, usually through spirit intervention, so that the spirit can be counseled or consoled in our higher dimension. It is important to know that there is not always physical trauma that needs to be experienced in order to bring this to a spirit's existence. The trauma, usually interpreted by the mind, is often a catalyst for such behaviors to be understood. There is a clear break. This is merely an intermission allowing a break so that counsel of the soul can take place. This often brings about development of skills or abilities that use other senses of the mind to produce psychic perceptions or a stronger spirit connection so that communication in some or all forms is much more possible. It is necessary to understand that there are many who experience this but never return with the information they were given. Often, in subtle ways, their conversations while out of their body, will affect their life subconsciously. Others may not change. Others experience this information and retain the memory of such. Partially this is dependent on the person, partially this is dependent on the situation. There are many who have observed their body while on the operating room table or after a severe trauma has taken place. There is much that you do not understand about the mind's perception and relation and connectedness to all things. Yes, your AT mind can give you the perception that your energy body is leaving, though still connected, to your physical body. But there is awareness of all things that is available to all who exist. This experience is often that awareness being freed from the confines and shackles of the mind. It is being freed from the cell and therefore can perceive all that is taking place. Because the last moments before unconsciousness were focused on the impending injury, there is the ability to experience the areas associated with this energy, therefore remaining in close conscious thought proximity to that which is taking place to your body. The others that experience this will also remove their entire being from the physical body, though the physical body has not yet completely been used or expired. This is, again, experience that which is completely able to be experienced now. It is often trauma which unleashes the full mind's potential and ability to see what is always readily available to it. It is not some trauma which makes it or awakens it for you. It was there all along. It is the ability to access this information which is realized after the incident. You can do this. You can awaken or focus on these areas prior to having your awakening through a car accident, a motorcycle accident, a fall, something that incapacitates the physical, leaving the mind to not be fully controlled or encompassed and governed by the physical senses. Spirit workers can do many things to sustain your body while you are away, though extended absence results in death. There are specific incidents where other activity is taking place, where the entity never leaves the body but is cancelled within. There are others where they meet with their guides and higher masters in order to alleviate some confusion which has possibly brought this being to a point of neglect and destruction. Others may have come to this point through no direct fault of their own, but again, the mind is freed from the control the senses may exercise over it. It is freer. Your mind does not, and its awareness does not take up only that which fills the empty space within your skull or that knowledge which you choose to read and surrounding yourself with. The expanse which your mind covers and can assimilate and acquire and is currently aware of covers all the known stars, planets, universes, and galaxies known to men on your plane. It is becoming aware through subtle hints, or what you perceive as subtle indications, that will awaken this. Many need to be told of the greatness beyond this current life you are in order to understand the scope of themselves and those they encounter. It is not necessary to always directly consult spirit guides or workers for assistance and guidance. It can be lived, a life without mediumship ability, and live a productive life spiritually speaking, but to know of the vastness of all creation, in your knowing and beyond it, this is why and the purpose for some needing to see. 81 The greatness that is truly all of the known existence. There is much that is needed to be shared in order to awaken focus into other areas. Realms are not limited to only those inhabitants that currently reside in them, and in order to fully grasp the complexity and yet simplicity and of the purpose of this lifetime, it is important to understand this. Many are serious on the wrong tasks. Many are on the right and true tasks but not in a focus effort. Many are urged. You may not have a connection to spirit which you consciously use or call for information for yourself or others, but this is still present, the ability to communicate, for there is always information sent, there is the ability for information to always to be sent to you to assist you. It is your will that exercises the judgment and ability to carry it out, acknowledge it, or to completely ignore it. You may decide what to do. 62. Q. How does one say or bring forth true prayer so that it can have an impact on their life, family, Mother Earth and all those we share the universe with? A. This is a matter of your intent. Select your outcome, envision it as you would enjoy it coming to fruition. Ask that energy be sent so that it is done. This is the same manner by which healing or other energy is transferred. You can send energy to it. You can repeat your statement of intent in your mind as often as you wish. This will radiate out from your body and deliver the energy into the universe. The fact that your mind is power that constructs the universe around you, this is doing the same. Your energy emanates from all around you. Know that some things will not be interfered with and there are some that may ultimately change because of the energy directed by you and others towards it. It is only necessary to speak the positive outcome you wish. It is possible that you ask your guides questions and receive answers directly or in some physical manifestation on your plane. It is only necessary to have in your mind the vision of the completed outcome that you wish to achieve. The asking of prayers for others is as simple as asking for prayers or positive outcome for you in some certain situations. Simply settle your thoughts on the outcome or action you would like to see and visualizing this energy leaving your body and affecting the universe for the positive development of this event, action, feeling, will contribute greatly to it. This act is done with all thoughts that you hold true, and visualization helps the physical body and the physical mind perceive the true nature of what is attempting to be created. It is not always necessary to visualize, simply settle on your intention, your desired actions and outcomes. The energy will be released simply by your repetitive thought energy or words spoken. It matters not how this outcome is affected by your energy if it was never meant to be. There is much that relates to some general and basic plan, and goals can be met no matter what path you take. They can be received in many forms, so fear nothing of skewing your original purpose in this lifetime by altering an event through your power of thoughts and energy. There are some that will not be changed and others that can be changed. Realize that for some, no matter what energy you wish upon them, there will not be change until they are ready for this and accept it and desire it. It should be known that there are many who are positively impacted by your energy even though the desired outcome is not presently visible or measurable. There is power in numbers. There is great power in groups of spirits who wish the same positive outcome, though in some cases, it is not possible to intervene, because the will of so many is that someone be saved from some act or timeline of events. Simply see yourself as you wish the events to take place. Radiate love into the event, radiate the vision from your body into the world. Allow these things to be expressed by you and they will flow more easily into others when the situation is desired. Appreciation of those things which have manifested only serves the higher self as it is seen that you are not dabbling for the surface's sake, not addressing a cause or issue simply for vanity or other impermanent reasons. To appreciate an outcome or situation is to be able to rely on this in the future. Thoughts are no less ignored simply because gratitude is not shared, but the appreciation of such gifts is important. This is much in the same way that one should appreciate the senses and everything in their present world. Allowing full appreciation allows deeper understanding of the true nature of that which is appreciated and the reasons and purposes for it. You now know the reasons for your existence, but there are many intricacies of this. Appreciating each aspect of yourself only shares into it the greater energy and understanding that has come with your full awareness of this. Appreciating something, an aspect, an emotion, appreciating this in another person only serves to amplify this in yourself and within that person. Simply by your perception it is amplified and through the energy exchange process. It is important to learn all things that relate to the senses and the body and allow them to be experienced. Do not become a mind on autopilot, for this process may lead to deterioration in these areas when attention is not paid to them. The correct prayer is the one full of universal positive creation, that which is done without vanity, without attempting to change the events for personal gain and selfish interests. When those 83 reasons are the motivations, the desired outcome may be reached, but there are other areas that will need to be addressed. This is often why it may appear that bad luck befalls many people only to have one problem after another. They may also give you the impression that their life is running smoothly and you may view them as being very fortunate. You are all fortunate, but there are some who hide the strain that is present in their life because of the ill-gotten reward. Lessons for each individual appear in many forms. Each has free will and often the lesson or teaching situation is tailored to that specific lifetime and specific event. Simply because you choose a differing job than what you first intended does not mean that you will have missed on some opportunity or lesson. The style can be changed so that it can still be implemented. Some feel they are trapped, and this is not the case. Free will dictates many things that you do. Many situations are still present because of the purpose of your lifetime, but many events take shape based on the decisions and actions and energy of the person living that life. It is important that if you are asking for the protection of another, for the healing of the earth, that you simply send that energy with your mind, with your thoughts, your works. You can send this same energy as you would send healing to any person, thing, object, or situation. Healing energy is not the only type of energy which is channeled by man. Know that each emotion is energy, and each emotion, the energy within it, can be sent as you would healing energy through you to another being. Anything can be sent. The emotion, the action desired, the energy associated with it in its truest form and purest form can be channeled. It is important for all who will read this to know that you are not required to enter trance in order to channel. Simply meditate on the energy and send it from you. All is a channel. Most are channels for their own energy without being aware of it, and therefore cause actions and reactions without being aware of their direct effect on their own lives. All can channel energy to others. All receive. 63. Q. What is astral projection and how is it accomplished? A. Astral projection is the complete elimination, through a focused, calm, and meditative state, of all senses and feelings that are only perceived or generated through the physical body. You completely disconnect but are able to safely return to your physical body. It is merely a term, astral, for that body which is your truest and highest self that inhabits your physical 84 body at present. To project into the astral plane is only to experience all realms, or a specific dimension, through disconnecting from your physical body. There is no specific astral realm. Often this term is used by those who project, but there is no specific astral realm. This is simply the term that for you could describe leaving this physical world. Though it is quite possible to experience others times and places or locations in this physical plane where the earth is located. The process is through meditation and awakening your entire energy body, your entire true self, this entire form of energy that inhabits this body. There is much that is located in the brain, but often this is where the perception of your world stops. The eyes are here, and there is much that is not considered for sensing or interpretation because it is with the physical eyes and the mind that the thinking becomes accustomed to being done. It is important to sense every area within the physical body, become aware of each part of it, and allow these new sensations to become aware of it. Intend to leave your physical body, shifting your awareness and creating a visual impression of you in your mind of this new location will shift your ability of perception and controlling the present location of your body to the control of your thoughts, much as is experienced by those who are on the other side and helping you. It is imperative that you state or intend to have a specific purpose. This does not mean that you are not simply allowed to experience the world, your habitat, without the constraint of your physical body, but you should intend to do so. Do not simply sit and meditate and then become discouraged because nothing has happened or been experienced. Such as dreams, there are many that happen. There are many where you project astrally, where your true body leaves your physical body, and you travel your world or others. It is because the mind has not considered, in the physical form, these experiences to be important. It needs to become accustomed to these experiences and understanding that these are true experiences that you wish to recall and remember. Often this method of mind-body separation is experienced, but once the event has taken place there is no accurate recollection by the physical body. Training the mind to retain this information while you are in the physical body is important. You should be aware that there is information available to you. You can return to this world, your true home, at any point for knowledge and wisdom. It would be through the practice and focus of your thought and meditation, and that it can be accomplished. Often the ability of those who attempt to develop this is short-lived because they are not able to achieve extended periods of departure from the body. For many, once they realize that they are not simply thinking about another location but are able to move within it and 85 truly perceive it because they are there, they immediately return to their body because their focus and attention is not true to the level necessary for extended absences. This is why this disconnection is often experienced through sleep. This allows other areas of the body and mind to overcome the actual and perceived obstacles through the mind and other limitations that are true and those that you simply perceive. It is through this dreamlike state that in waking consciousness the world can be experienced by you as well as other worlds. Simply stating that you are willing to do this will begin your journey. There is much that can be accomplished in terms of skills and abilities in your physical existence, and some of these will also better equip you when you return to your home, once you discard your physical body. Others simply help with guidance and information and perspective while within this lifetime. There are no skills and talents that do not help you fully appreciate this lifetime, the true nature of existence, and the true experience of all creation. None are simply for a carnival-like fancy of entertainment. 64. Q. What would be a basic definition of God or the Supreme Creator? A. The Creator of all things in all forms and in all specific and general definitions is all that is and has been. Growth is achieved when those things created by the Supreme Entity achieve growth. The life force from which all that exists flows, that is the Creator. There are many definitions in religious texts that touch on this information. Many are similar within their religious texts. There are similar definitions across religions that refer to the same person or same type of entity. These definitions often refer to the same supreme high being. The Creator is that which brings into existence all forms of every emotion, each action, and each entity. There are physical and biological processes that take place to sprout new life, but these are also the formation of order as defined by the Creator. As we are all living things, we are all made in His image, as many religious texts would state. We are also able to create. We often do not create on the grandest of scales in relation to that which has created all that exists, but there is a similarity and a likeness that allows us to act as a scale version of that which we have come from. The perfect definition of the Supreme Being and Creator would be simply, to hold a mirror to one's self. This is the same makings of the Creator. There is no physical form, but in your true form, you are the Creator. You manifest and you create, you bring into being, you take action. You radiate all things. 86 And form your perspective, notwithstanding the judgment of others, you create that which you view to be the best possible manifestation for the present situation. You create and experience all that there is to know and all that will ever be done. You are a peaceful creator but also exhibit forces that may appear as destructive forces. There is balance, this is the goal, to achieve the balance that the Creator has instilled in all things. The nature of this planet is balance. Your understanding of energy and how it will not disappear, it only changes forms. This is true of all things. There is no good or evil, only various forms in which emotion, energy, thought, and actions manifest. An action or thought on its own is not judged as good or evil, it is only the perception of man when that action is compared to others as a measuring rod. There is no harsh or cruel being to scold you or punish you. There are beings that are higher in development that will help you along your path both in this plane and once you cross over and return to your home. There are no beings to deliver punishment or guilt when you are in your true form. There are others who exist in an alternate form, such as the human body, for purposes of learning, but not all are necessary because of their spiritual evolution or understanding of universal law and all experiences within it. Patience and understanding is the Creator, but so are all things that would be seen to the contrary of these things. It is important to see that there is no being that opposes the Creator. There are no groups of beings who are responsible for acts that you, human beings, declare as evil. There are no beings set aside simply for the purpose of creating evil thoughts or acts. All things are the result of the Creator. All things that you create are the result of the Creator or are assembled in such a way that all experience and benefit. You are not alone in your thinking. There are times when a person may find themselves asking the question of who is God, when there is no reality greater than knowing that there is a Creator within your physical body. You may wonder this for the reason of experiencing 2 lifetimes, as it were, that of the physical human existence over and over again learning lessons, and that of the energy being, that of your true self in your true home world. It is a matter of learning. There is only energy, that which is universal in our plane, your true home. You will grow beyond this realm of your current physical existence and that of your home that you will return to upon your death in the physical realm. All progress and move beyond the current realm. There is much growth that is achieved by all through the experiences of all. The Creator built this and allows you to grow and create, and in this manner both creators create and grow and learn from the actions of the other. All things, all ideas and actions, beliefs and thoughts are 87 assimilated. Each will become the knowledge of the other. It is not for our knowing to understand all things prior to the time of acceptance and readiness, but there is a great present just as there is a great past for each individual who has experienced many lifetimes in a physical existence. This is only a training ground. Many interact here. You can exist in it in many life forms. Higher beings or those which are evolutionarily more advanced are not part of your soul chain or grouping but are simply that of another type of evolution. There were, in the beginning, only one source or type of life. Throughout the ages there have been many splits or fracturing of existence, and therefore many have evolved in different ways from those who were originally directly part of their life group. This is why there are so many types. This is why there are those who have mastered the path of non-violence. This is why there are those who are able to travel great distances across the heavens. Do not accept the ideas that you are less evolved in every sense simply because you are on this planet. There are many things that these beings, those you perceive to be higher evolved, there are many things that they wish to understand that you currently have thorough knowledge on and regarding. It is important to know that they too are creators, and you will learn in mutually beneficial relationships. They are not different. There is no difference. 65. Q. Can the existence of the Supreme Creator or God be proven scientifically now or in the future? A. Science, in the future, will prove many things. The existence of communication that exists beyond physical means will be proven. There will be many abilities that will be proven. The existence of the many dimensions that exist will be proven. The reason that these are not widely accepted now is because of the scientific methods to produce and measure them. There are many methods that do not allow for these subjects to exist. There are many methods that do not allow for these matters to be measured. There are no acceptable means to prove any form of communication or energy transfer beyond that of what physically can be measured at this time. There are no tools or measuring devices through this sort of ideology, which are currently in existence, which will produce accurate readings, or any readings of these occurrences. These things will be proven. There will be many who arrive and speak on behalf of the Creator, but many will still interpret the information as they see fit for their present place on 88 their spiritual journey in that specific lifetime. While the existence of a more unified and less structured spiritual guiding force, or religion, will emerge as the dominant force, there will still be many who restrict the Creator to some specific ideas or form. It is not for man to decide and deliver that message of their definition of the Creator to all. It is up to each man to decide what is acceptable for him or her at their present place in their evolution. Though coming to this knowledge will aid all, will aid the individual, this is progress. There will be ideas surfacing in the scientific world that will lead others to the conclusion that there was not a random series of events that lead to the creation of the world or any other galaxy. The other life forms that will be encountered and discovered will shake many from the religions that have existed in the world for a great deal of time. They will not believe that their God had created these other life forms. Some will still believe but will view them as demonic, while others will claim that their God has created these entities. This is a slow and trying process for many who are aware of this knowledge already at this time. Remember, simply because they are unaware in their physical form, they do know and have some knowledge of this, no matter their evolution, once they return to their true existence. What is applied in this lifetime is aided by prior knowledge in the path set forth before your arrival. You can be of peace but have no knowledge of the Creator, but a better understanding of achieving your goals will be aided by this knowledge. Nothing is gained by ignorance but nothing lost in some areas. Stagnation will set in if learning is not made your purpose, anyone's purpose, but remaining the same. Often one does not lose ground, depending on the area being considered. It is to break free from control that is important. To see that the world is to be experienced, not experienced through the filter of what some specific group or entity expects you to believe or feel. There will be scientific proof of other realms of existence, and this will lead many, through the channeling of information, this proven method, and this will lead them to the existence, the true existence of the Creator. Your ability to communicate beyond your physical means must be proven by scientific methods first. There are those working in less acceptable areas of science that will eventually push this to the forefront. 66. Q. Are accidents something that are planned events, or does free will play a part? 89. A. There is much adjustment that takes place in your life depending on your free will, so that events that are planned may take place, that is, not the specific event in most cases, but the event that brings about the desired experience or goal that you planned to achieve and experience in this lifetime. There are many things that influence free will and influence events on your lifetime. There are many things that are planned. Simply because they appeared accidental or inconsequential makes them no less important, though they might be. An accident can bring your attention to an area that you were neglecting, even in terms of thought, though the accident may have some physical impact. There may also be implications for your emotions. It is important to adjust your thinking to understand that there are no negative actions. There are many things that unfold so that the desired plan, that which you were counseled and chosen to experience with your own desire, that these be accomplished. You may learn love, for example, through any number of experiences, so it is not dependent at all times that you meet a specific individual or care for an individual so that a bond is formed or any other part of love or caring be experienced. There are times when it is very dependent on the person because of their path and yours, and how they interrelate. But many goals and experiences will be brought about by the circumstances no matter how your free will has intertwined with your plan. It is of utmost importance to keep your mind open and clear and not worry on how the event has been formed, but to understand that causal reasons, those important beyond the physical world, those that you will carry with you after your physical death. Examine these reasons, the motivations, and the areas being affected. These are what often determine growth or an area to review for some potential lesson or meaning after you have come through physical death. It is not necessary at all times to feel as though you experienced a specific incident and then reacted poorly to it. Though you may not understand the process now, you will understand, or you still may not, upon your exit from this physical world. Our reflection of this situation and understanding the correct, or universal, response that may have been more positive is as useful as if it were your initial response. Typically, it is not known by you whether this also was the required response for the growth of yourself or others involved, though all actions should be considered and reviewed on terms of how you feel after, much later, after the incident. Were you better off because of your reaction to the accident, or were you feeling as though you reacted negatively towards yourself or others involved? These are important if you are considering growth and evolution in your lifetime and beyond it. Please understand that it is 90 important that all things know of lifetimes, There is much said to deter any thought or thinking regarding this, and many are expressing themselves, their emotions, and reacting as if there is no life beyond that of physical death, that there is no impact, as if this is the only life. It is important to know that you have many attempts, if you chose to call them that, and many reviewing of an immediate previous life to examine and understand. There are also many things that may not be depending on this knowledge for you, but to understand this is to remove one's self from the hold and control and ill focus and motivations that many hold. Process information as you receive it, but it is never impossible to examine a chain of events or a situation when you are involved in them. When there is a pressing situation at hand, you can learn to recognize the correct behavior. Many may call this listening to their inner voice or angel, but being developed enough to understand your own intuition or guidance is important. It should be noted that all should attempt to withdraw from all outside stimulation at least 1 solid hour per week, and there are many benefits to this being completed several times throughout one's waking hours. Meditate. Pleasing the self is not as important as developing the self. Waking hours are spent too often on that which causes the mind to be idle. 67. Q. Is the one known as Adolf Hitler still punishing himself, or has he advanced? A. There is nothing you can't know by your own doing and by your own devices. This subject is of the utmost importance when he returned to the area of the light. He was not forced to punish himself, but was to undergo a form of counseling. Many of the actions and developments and forms of review he underwent upon his return were self-imposed. It is possible, for any being, to accomplish such acts as were carried out in his lifetime and be unaware of the severity of their actions. He was able to return, if he chose, and not fully become aware of the direct involvement and severity of his acts. This being has made progress through counseling, through reviews, through reflection of the actions that were taken during that specific lifetime. It is in this process now that he currently finds himself, though there is much progress being made. There were many things that were not reported through historical records or through media, or through the controlled outlets. There were many things that were taking place within this lifetime that lead to this series of events for many to undergo. It was not 91 necessarily an evil act, but an attempt to display the atrocities of the relating actions and ideals that brought forth this mentality into the world and lead to the violent death and actions taken in the name of the government who sanctioned and made right, true, or correct the actions of the people for the sake of power. It should be evidenced by historical document that there were no lasting positive outcomes that could have been brought about by acting in this manner, developing hatred, annihilation. These are not useful, but the men and women of this planet regularly engage in them on some scale. This was the goal of the lifetime known as Adolf Hitler, to involve him in these actions in this manner, though there was a great deal of external motivation and influence by those with whom he surrounded himself. For, it was not entirely his motivation alone that led to the final outcome. It is often the understanding of many that there was a need to intervene, and therefore you find it acceptable to allow an eye for an eye mentality. While this may appear true, there are other means that would have allowed for the removal of such a force, though it would have been much longer and more hatred spread into the world and even more violence on earth than what was experienced by those living through and in this period. This was a grand attempt to teach the world the meaning of understanding, peace, compassion, and to be aware of this understanding involved in the motivations pushing these actions. There are many who experienced this time on many sides of the war and many sides of the morals held by many. There are many who will not have relinquished these ideals, and those who have crossed over from the physical existence who will not immediately understand and are not granted the ability to return to it so that greater peace may be held. There are few who have returned to complete some small task or influence, but none to such a capacity that there would be great atrocity. There are many who have returned to a military capacity but were not in a position to accomplish the same level of injustice as they accomplished in the height of Nazi Germany. Many of them who returned to military interests have experienced the role reversal in order to experience the bloodshed and emotion that are accompanying those actions. An eye for an eye will leave the world blind, but even the practice of choosing your battles on dealing with individuals you may encounter on a personal level, this too is to be put into practice on a much larger scale. Should the actions of Nazi Germany been less extreme, there would have been no need to bring the world into a catastrophic war for the removal of these beings. Though, it is also the possibility in any war to remove those committing these actions and return them to a state of peace, that is, they should be seized and then death also placed upon them. If the power 92 considered evil can be removed, it is important to remove the individuals and place them in a prison where they may receive counseling. Counseling and peace is the priority. There are many who may have the ability to consider the actions and motivations of their life to that period, but there are many who will not, though it is not by the hand of another that should offer death to another entity. When there is a path of non-violence for those who have achieved it, this should be the way. The progression of all will come to this, and through these actions the purpose of mankind is elevated and raised, for it is quite different to stop eye for an eye and prevent it from being perpetuated. 68. Q. Can a spirit being be forced into an incarnation against its free will? A. It is the desire of each being to progress and grow and to experience life, even if it is without progression. There are some that have been reluctant to accept this form of experience, this living of lifetimes, but it is a choice to do so only made by the entity in question. No one, no being, at any time, will force you to return. There may be counseling or the urging of others that you accept this, for we all grow when one grows, but you are not forced to experience a lifetime simply because another person or entity will benefit from it or believes it is in your best interest to do so. There will be counseling to relate that information to you, that it is their belief that it is your best course of learning to encounter the experiences within the lifetime in question or to experience specific tasks within a physical existence. It is only the duty of those around you to guide and provide information from their perspective, from their point of view. It is not their way to punish you by forcing you to undergo an area in which you have no interest. You are able to progress through other means without experiencing a lifetime in a physical human body, but it is also your own right to never progress or to progress at a different rate relative to those around you. You are able to do as you please. There are many reverberations in terms of the result of taking on a lifetime or choosing to forge this option, but none of these are punishments. They are not sanctions because you refused to follow the orders of some higher-ranking entity. You are only passed from one area to another according to your level of development and your vibrational harmony with those that are progressing through the same functions as you. There are beings who simply do not wish to return or experience a first lifetime. This is of their own accord. There are entities that do not wish to 93 accomplish anything that was set for them or planned for them while in a specific lifetime. This is their free will and it is acceptable just as all actions. There are many who are reluctant, but there is no guilt, there is no pressure. There is no forcing an entity to enter into this human form and experience certain life events. You are aided in selecting experiences and events and circumstances which best suit the requirements or goals of your intended areas of learning. 69. Q. What type of emotions do spirit beings experience? A. There are beings of light that cannot experience emotion as you would interpret it on your plane of current existence. There are many who simply interpret a vibration, or a color, or who have none of these and may only communicate. Though communication is through various means, there is no emotion as you understand it now on your current plane of existence. It is necessary and often required to experience these emotions, but there is an area of development where a new type of external interpretation is used rather than the style and workings of those you currently experience. Many do not feel with the same methods and senses of measurement that your body or spirit uses now. To fully understand what is being written now, it is important to know that there is much more that is interpreted on your plane by emotion than on the plane you will experience after physical death. The type of communication that is often used is not necessarily through that of verbal communication, where verbal inflection is used and emotions, no matter what stage of development, are used to express and interpret information passed between beings. There is joy because of the vibration of the energy. You equate many things with creating and bringing joy, but the true reason, even in your current lifetime, that you experience joy is because of the vibration, the measurement of the energy within the action. This is what causes joy. It is this form that beings without a true physical existence, that of being only pure energy, this is the manner in which they experience your reference of emotions. It is important to understand that when you return to your true plane of existence, that you are not becoming a lifeless or uninterested being. You are not a robot. You have the same type of interpretations and expressions that you do now in terms of feeling joy, sorrow, sadness, and others, but the way in which they are received is much different, as they are not judged by your methods now, such as voice inflection or physical expression of the sender or receiver. These are not 94 necessary for you once you leave your physical body. Often these experiences, for those of the spirit, the non-physical entity, these experiences are much stronger and would be overwhelming in your current state. Because of the vibration or measurement and type of energy associated with the action or thought, and because you do not have a physical body or lower vibration, there is much that is received by you that is absorbed by outside objects. There are no misinterpretations of words or actions, because the true meaning, that which you might currently say is the underlying reason or purpose for an action, this can be felt by those beings involved. Therefore all actions are immediately perceived by what they are truly expressing. Truly expressing your emotions is not entirely the same method by which you do not, through physical outlets and methods. To a being without a human form in a physical existence, these might be compared to your aura or the visible energy that radiates from your body on this plane. Your emotions, your state of being when you are on the energy side of your true existence, these are visible at all times. This may leave many feeling vulnerable, believing that they must always be protected. You are always protected, but not in the sense of the human form where you may feel it necessary to protect yourself from the hate or perceived misguided actions of others. When you return to your home, you are not included with all beings. Those who are more in line with your actions or beliefs, you may consider them to have the same foundation, or guiding principles as you. Those who are approximately at the same point in their existence or development, these are who you are surrounded by. There is no need for protection from negative, or what is perceived as negative, because there is no extreme range of negativity and positive actions, by comparison. 70. Q. Are there really true soulmates? A. There are soulmates in your sense of what persons or people return for the purpose of interacting specifically within one another in a specific lifetime. This does not have to be a long-term interaction or a significant interaction, only that the interaction occurs, by both agreeing, and by positive consideration by those above you. There are some who are soulmates who are engaged on long-term relationships, and others who are short involvements in your life. The purposes of these relationships range the full spectrum of needs, emotions, and purposes for development or receiving an experience. It is important to know that simply because you are soulmates 95 does not make you lovers. You can have friends and colleagues who are soulmates. Soulmates can refer more to your similarity in progress that has been made through your development as a being of energy, your true self. Though, it is possible that there is a link between beings that do not reside in these areas of existence within your true home. There are soulmates who work together on progress. Often these can be groups, not limited to just a singular pair. These groups work to promote and motivate, or help to understand the experiences had by the group for the sake of evolving and, as you might understand it, educating each other for the purpose of ascending to a higher frame of knowledge. It is possible that significant or insignificant relationships also be of your own free will, or those that were destined to happen or created to happen for your experience, or even by chance, and that those individuals share nothing in common with you on any plane, though, in many cases, In order for a successful long-term relationship of any kind to take place and be maintained, there is often a meaningful accord between the two beyond the physical realm in which you currently reside. It is important to see that there is much change coming at this time and that there are those who are destined to have greater roles than others. This does not mean that there are no soulmates or that we are all connected any less than what you have once thought. It is important to see the light that is coming to you and is always available to you. Free will or choice, or that which is determined, however loosely, before you arrive, these are the things that make this existence real to you. It is important to engage in all things as though they were true and for your highest good, simply because you do not immediately know. It is important to take on all things important to your evolution as though they were bringing you up to the next level of progress. Important things will be coming in a very short measurement of your time. It is important to stick to and maintain your plans, any long-term plans that anyone has at this point, to maintain these. The initial first steps will be key through your trip, for many will change its course beyond these first few initial steps. These are all key to the coming boost of energy, the coming wave, the next set of events. End of Volume 1.